I'm surprised so many of you came. I hope I won't disappoint you too much. It's nice to be at Purdue again. I graduated here almost, 1981. That's almost 20 years ago. Are you sure you can hear me okay? Even in the very back? Because I'm not, speaking very loudly. I usually have to shout during these things. Well, besides, we have to tie this up in about an hour and a half. The University of Kansas is playing St. John's tonight, so I have to. Oh, is this a football game weekend? Yeah. Oh, okay. Wow. Something to watch tomorrow. Okay, that's why I chose this weekend, really, to come here. All right. Well, tonight, I am hoping to present an atheist's interpretation of the Quran. I know it sounds strange, but it is true. Because the first time I read the Quran, I was an atheist. And so I'm going to try to recollect and to recreate, as best I can, that experience of reading the Quran as an atheist. It's, sometimes I regret that I am not like most of you, that I have been born into the Muslim tradition, born into a Muslim family. I think that makes life so much easier for Muslim young people and even Muslim old people, such as myself. And, you have a great history and tradition, and you know so much about the religion before you even realize it. Before you even pick up the Quran for the first time, so much of how you read the Quran and understand the Quran has been influenced by your upbringing. The first time I picked up the Quran, I wasn't even quite sure what it was. It was a gift from a friend, and I just picked it up. I knew it was their holy scripture, but I really wasn't even quite sure who it was revealed through, who the author was, really almost nothing. So my perspective is sort of an innocent perspective. And so when I talk about it tonight, and I think it's a valuable perspective, or at least it should be a perspective that's of interest. Because I think when somebody new comes to the faith and reads the Quran and gains a different perspective, that may help us enrich all of our perspectives. Just as much as I've benefited from listening to Muslims, born Muslims, talk about their perspective on this religion, I hope I could contribute something to that dialogue. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the purpose of life, because I was an atheist before I became a Muslim. Actually, that's all I'm going to talk about tonight. Because that was my main problem when I picked up the Quran. I wanted to know what it had to say about the purpose of life. I wasn't expecting much, but it was an interesting journey nonetheless. And so that's what I'll be talking about tonight. My mom never got to come to Purdue University. My mom saw me lecture at several universities around this nation. She saw me lecture several times about Islam. And she was one of my best audiences, one of the best people I've ever had in an audience. She used to sit up front, and I could see in her eyes not just interest, but also a certain amount of pride. She was a very devout Christian, and she was that till her dying day, the day she died. But I really, really loved having my mom in the audience, and I always miss her even now. I don't really give that many lectures, even though I hear that you guys have some tapes of mine from old. I don't really give that many lectures, but whenever I am standing in front of an audience and I look at that front row, I still miss the absence of my mother there. And I wish you could have met her, because she was really a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful mother and person. And I'm not just saying that because she's my mother, but so many people that knew her said the same. I remember when my mom died a few years ago, and I was at her funeral. It was one of the biggest funerals I've ever seen. And person after person who came up to me to express their condolences expressed it in almost exactly the same way every time. They said, "Jeff, your mom, it was a true saint." And they would walk up to me, and it would seem like they had prepared this. Every person that would come up would say, "Yes, Jeff, your mom was such a great lady. She was a true saint." Even my ex-wife, who was an atheist, my first wife, we were married a few years, and we got divorced while we were PhD students at Purdue. But she came up to me, and she told me this very same thing. She said, "Jeff, I don't believe in God, but, I still think your mother was a true saint. For a long time in my life, my mom was the only person I was really able to love. She was my closest friend. She was my protector. She was my only real hero. She was a deeply religious Catholic. She was a dedicated nurse. She was loved by all our neighbors. And she was the most giving and charitable person I've ever known. She was truly a very religious, devout woman. She didn't wear it on her sleeve. She expressed it through her treatment of others, her behavior towards others. I still see my mom visiting the old Italian lady next door, Mrs. Caltabiano. She was in her 70s. Remember this lady, all the kids in the neighborhood hated her. She had an extremely bad temper. But my mother would visit her once a month and go over there with a basin of water and a towel over her shoulder, and she would trim that old lady's feet, the toenails on her feet, and wash her feet once a month. And I remember saying to her, "Mom, why do you do that? I mean, that lady is so mean. She's so old. She has such stinky feet. Why would you go over and wash her feet?" And I remember once she said to me, "Son, if Jesus could wash the feet of others, so can I." And that's what kind of religiosity she had. She translated her religiosity into helping others. And to her, that was what life was all about. Life was about giving. I remember how much compassion she had for her patients at the hospital and how warmly they spoke about her when I would come to pick her up from work late at night, because she worked sort of the graveyard shift. So I'd pick her up very late at night. And her patients used to stop me while I was walking at the hall to pull me aside and brag about my mother for usually too long. I remember what great mother and teacher she was. I remember how honest she was and how she never swore or treated anyone rudely. My mom wasn't perfect. She used to gossip a little, but she was the nearest thing to perfection I ever knew. Most of all, I remember how much she loved her 5 sons and how hard she worked to provide them with as normal and a happy life as possible, despite the handicap we acquired. And the handicap that we acquired, I'm sad to say, I even hate to bring it up, but it's central to this lecture, was my father. I don't know what was the matter with my father or how he became the way he was, but my father had this deep inner rage and anger that he just really couldn't control. And every night, he would try to numb that rage and that anger with hard drinking. And he usually wasn't very successful. His drinking made my father all the more volatile because he could be laughing and joking one minute and he could fly into an angry rampage the next. And once he erupted, there was just no stopping him. It was like a thunderstorm, the severe thunderstorm that comes in over the horizon and starts exploding above you, and that just wouldn't go away. And he would be like that all night long for several hours, and it would take a ton of time and a ton of hard liquor before it would finally put him to rest. And it was really terrible. Living with my father was like carrying a box of nitroglycerin. You just weren't sure what was going to set it off. The slightest agitation, the slightest shift, he could unexpectedly explode into his violence. And it was not easy. It was not easy at all. My 4 brothers and I had a frightful and uncertain childhood, but the worst of it, which was watching my father regularly taunt, threaten, and abuse my mother. When I was a little boy, I used to daydream about life without my father. It was my almost constant wish and daydream. I just wanted the violence to go away. I wanted not to be afraid anymore. I felt like I was trapped in a bad dream and there just was no way out. So I prayed and again to God to remove my father from our lives and to stop the pain. But my father was always there, and very early on I began to wonder if God really was. I could not fathom why God would sentence my mom to lifelong punishment. I could not imagine what great sin she must have committed, or that we, her children, must have committed to deserve my father. I lacked the maturity to sort out those questions, but I certainly had enough anger and fear inside me to provoke them. I was too young to see the wisdom in allowing my mother and her children to suffer the violence and abuse of my father. I was too young to understand what God would let innocent children lie in bed every night, crying, wondering, hoping, praying that their mom will still be in one piece the next morning. I just couldn't see why God would let that be. I could not understand how God in his mercy and forgiveness could extend that mercy and forgiveness to someone like my father with all his terrible failings. All I can see in my world was chaos and violence. And so when I became old enough to think for myself, it became easy for me to question the existence of God. We also lived in a very violent city. The violence outside was nothing compared to the violence inside. But the violence that was happening in the world around me only confirmed what my father already had taught me only too well. There were the assassinations of the Kennedys when I was a kid, and Martin Luther King. There were race riots in cities like mine, and burnings and lootings. There were even people burned alive in the streets. Firemen used to come to places where fires were purposely lit, and snipers used to be picking them off. Gang fights were rampant in my neighborhood. It seemed like we had one every couple of months. Sometimes kids would get shot. Most of the time, there was always several that were extremely badly injured, taken to the hospital. The police would show up after it was over so they wouldn't get hurt, and take the bodies away, take the kids to the hospital. And of course, we also had the Vietnam War going on that time, that senseless war. And we'd see the night after night on a television screen, young American boys being put in body bags, taken back to our country. And even worse, we'd see the Vietnamese civilians, and especially the children, being slaughtered at our own hands. And kids running down the street, Vietnamese children running down the street after a bombing, some of them naked, some of them on fire, from napalm burning all over them. All the violence in the world confirmed for me the lesson that was already ingrained in me, that this world is dominated by random, consuming, undiscriminating violence. And very early on, I began to ask why. And from a very early age. But that question became more intense for me as I got older and older. As I reached my late teenage years, I wondered why it had to be this way. Why did it have to be this way? I have 3 daughters. Not too long ago, I was walking with my wife, walking along, and 2 of my daughters were walking with me, and the youngest one, Fatin, whose name means alluring. Fatin, my youngest daughter, my 10-year-old, was riding ahead of us on her bike. Then she circled around and rode by us again, going full speed. And as she was riding by, she said, "I am Fatin Lang, and I love being me." I looked at my wife and I said, "We must be doing something right, And I was walking with my daughter Sarah not just long ago, because she's trying to lose a little weight. So she walks with me. I walk several miles every day. But now I come home after work and I walk an hour with her at night. And she's trimming down. She wants to lose a little weight. But I'm walking along and she says, "Daddy, I know I have to lose a little weight, but I know I am beautiful." And that's because she feels it inside. When she says such a statement like that, or my other daughter says, "I love being me," and they tell me, "Daddy, I think I'm beautiful," they feel that deeply inside. Something inside. It's not something, it glows from within. My wife is about 35 pounds overweight. And please don't record this. You could erase that from the tape. She'll kill me, please. But she's about 35 pounds overweight, and she's 40 years old now. I got her age right. She'll kill me for that as well. But she's 40, about 35 pounds overweight. But not too long ago, she said to me, and said to all of us, "Hey, look, my daughters are giving her a hard time about her weight." She said, "I don't care. I know I'm beautiful." Because she's always felt that way. That's not so much an appraisal of how a person sees themselves physically. It's how they see themselves in their totality. Well, when I look at myself to this day, when I think about myself, The last word I would ever use to characterize myself is beautiful or handsome or attractive. Because growing up in that environment, becoming an adult, somewhere early in my life, etched upon my being, I came to see myself in a very different way. And to this day, when I'm walking along and I'm thinking about how I look to others, or I just think about myself, I just see someone scarred, odd, disfigured. And I'll think about that. That's the way I'll probably perceive myself to the day I die. And I don't think we realize how much we affect our children and the way they see themselves. But it was amazing to me that there could be a God, and God could let that type of thing happen to children. My 4 brothers ended up following the same road of self-destruction that my father followed. They went down the same way. All 4 of them became drug addicts. 1 just recently died of alcoholism. 2 just recently kicked their habits after they had had them for 25 years. Another one was a heroin addict. He had to be jailed before he could finally kick his habit. I mean, why would God put people at such a disadvantage? This bothered me. Why did God create such an imperfect and violent world, I wondered? Why didn't he just put us into heaven from very first and keep us there and keep us there? Why did he make us so criminally inclined, so corruptible, so rebellious and destructive and self-destructive? I mean, why would he do that, I thought? Couldn't he make a more perfect creature? Couldn't he just make us angels? I mean, if there exists angels, and I was taught, and I grew up in the Catholic faith that there is, why couldn't he make us like that? Why did he make us worse than they, if he could create better? What, did he just slip up? It got out of his control? I was told that he was omnipotent. How could that happen? If he wants us to submit to his will, why didn't he just make us submit to his will from the beginning? It's that simple. Why didn't he make us angels if he has it within his power? Why does he let the strong torture and oppress the weak? Why does he let blameless children be scarred so deeply and indelibly by the violence of their childhood? And trust me, I'm not feeling sorry for myself. There's tons of kids that suffer much worse than I did when I was a child. I wanted to know why, and I demanded an answer. And I didn't care where that answer came from. I tell you the truth, I didn't care if that answer came from heaven or if it came from hell. I didn't care if it came from an angel or the devil himself. I didn't care if it came from the Pope or Charles Manson. I just wanted an answer, and I just wanted to know the truth. I used to argue with my mother when I became an atheist at 16. Not argue. My mom didn't argue. Somehow she had this strange confidence that someday I would believe in God again. I used to ask her, what makes you think that, Mom? And as usual, she would pull out one of her old sayings she learned from her grandmother. As my grandmother always said, Jeff, the way the twig is bent, the tree will grow. I used to shake my head and think, wow, my mom, she's Don Quixote. Living an illusion. I told her I had 3 main problems with religion. Number 1, why would God give us reason if our reason conflicts with faith? See, when we think about God and start asking questions about God, it naturally leads to impossible questions, irreconcilable issues. The dogmas that we're taught to believe in just don't make sense, I told her. Why would God create us to believe in these things if they go against reason? Or in the first place, why give us reason anyway, if reason leads to these contradictions? It makes it hard for us to believe in God. Why does he give us choice, the ability to choose? Just make us perfect. Why does he allow us to choose to become evil? Just didn't make sense, I said to her, if he wants us to submit to his will. And most of all, why does he allow us to suffer? Couldn't we have bypassed the suffering? Popped us into heaven from the first? In any case, I became an avowed atheist when I was in my middle teenage years. I can't remember now exactly when, 17, 18, something like that. No, I guess it was 16 years old. I remember a religion class where I declared it to the class. But that's it. I could not see what is the possible purpose of life. And I never found that out, so I guess I'll see you next time. It was good talking to you. Good luck. Good night. Got to go catch a basketball game. No. I was an atheist for about 12 years. Doesn't mean I became uninterested in religion. I was always fascinated by religion. You know how ex-alcoholics are fascinated about studies about alcoholism, and they become, obsessed with studying alcoholism, or, you notice how psychiatrists are usually sort of crazy themselves, Well, it's true. Most psychiatrists, wow. But, most people that have been injured or harmed by something, it becomes their obsession. So I was always fascinated by religion. And when at Purdue University, especially when I was here, there were so many different cultures, so many different religious perspectives. I was in heaven, or my own kind of heaven, I would talk to kids on campus about their different religious beliefs. There was a Muslim lady I was right in this building over here, the tall one that you can walk underneath. What's the name of it? The Math Science Center or something? Yeah, I was right over here, and there was a lady on my floor. I think it was the 7th floor. She was a Muslim lady. I don't know where from, dressed in black and everything. And I saw her walking down the hall one day. Sure enough, she came in and started asking me for some help in some mathematics problems. Professor Perlis, I don't know if he's still here, sent her to me because I was pretty good in commutative algebra. So she came, and I was helping her and things like that. In the process, I began asking her questions about her religion, and we started to develop this friendship and everything, and then she refused to see me. but I was, that almost killed me. I went, what's going on here? But I was fascinated by different people's religious perspectives. Not that I was searching. Usually when I talk to people, I became ever more confirmed of my disbelief in God. But it fascinated me. When I graduated here and went to San Francisco, I met some more Muslims and other peoples of other faiths as well. But I really became very close with one Muslim family in particular. And one time they gave me the Quran as a gift. After I badgered them with my questions long enough, they just sort of got fed up with me, I think. And they gave me a copy of the Quran. And at first I thought, what? Do they want to convert me? I mean, what's going on here? But then I realized that it was an innocent enough gesture. I had been asking them a lot of questions, and they apparently thought that they were not up to my questions, and maybe, as a matter of fact, eventually they explicitly told me that maybe I could find better answers here as far as what their faith represents concerning the questions I was asking them, the usual questions. Why does God let us suffer? Why doesn't he just pop us into heaven, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, about 4 or 5 days after they gave it to me, I had run out of reading material just by coincidence. And I had nothing to read that night. And I had no television in my apartment in San Francisco. And so I looked to my left. I remember sitting on my couch, and on the table next to me, the end table, was the copy of the Quran. And so I thought, oh, well, I'll pick it up and read it. And so I did. And I began to read it. And I found it a very intriguing book. And I picked it up, and I read the first 7 verses, which are essentially a prayer for guidance. It sort of teaches you a prayer for guidance. In the name of God, the most merciful, compassionate, creator of, ruler of all worlds, master of the day of judgment. To you alone we seek, to you alone we pray, and you alone we seek. Show us the straight path, et cetera, et cetera. I thought, prayer, fitting way to begin a book. And then I turned to the next surah, or I'll use chapter. I'll call it a chapter for now. I turned to the next chapter of the Quran. And then it begins and it says, that is the book It begins Aleph, Lam, Mim. Let me skip that right now. There are 3 Arabic symbols, letters. Aleph, Lam, Mim. That is the book wherein, no doubt, is guidance. Now, of course, I just realized I had just prayed for guidance, or unknowingly, not intentionally. And then I read this next line, and it says, that is the book wherein, no doubt, is guidance, is the guidance. And I'm looking at the book, and I'm thinking to myself, you mean this is the answer to this prayer I just said? And I look at what it says in front of me, and it says, that is the book. I look up to thinking to myself, this is the book? That is the book. And it startled me, because from that point on, the entire Quran addresses the reader as if it's God addressing the person reading the book, speaking to him directly. I thought, what an ingenious author this is. He writes a revelation, and instead of talking about a history or even a biography, it's a personal address from God to the reader. I thought, it's like the 10 Commandments, even more personal than that, expanded to textual form, to a long text. I thought, what a clever genius this author was. It's supposed to be a revelation from God. You read it, it's God talking to the reader. As I read on, I became more impressed with the author. And at that point, I really didn't even know who even people who didn't believe in Islam claimed to be the author. Although I certainly began asking right as soon as possible and starting to read about this religion and its scripture as I was reading through the Quran. I really became obsessed by it and really just threw myself into studying this. And it amazed me because it would constantly sort of talk to you personally. And it would include intriguing things that really caught my interest. Like, I remember reading the verse, I think it's the 25th verse of that second chapter. I'm hardly into the Quran. And I come up to the 25th verse, and it gives this very sort of concrete description of paradise, of heaven in the hereafter. And it talks about rivers running underneath and, beautiful shade and things like that. And I'm thinking, oh, come on, this is too concrete. I can see how this would appeal to 7th century Arabian mentality. But, if a guy was from Alaska and he was reading this, he would like warm sandy beaches than cool shade, and he would like, bikini-clad supermodels than, whatever, what the Quran described. But then I go to the right, and I started to think to myself, oh, this author wasn't so clever. And I go to the next verse, and it says, and God does not disdain from using any kind of parable, even if it is of a gnat, to get his point across. See, I just read this verse that I took very concretely, and the next one says, oh, don't take every statement in this, in the Quran so concretely. It says God does not disdain to use a parable, a symbolic statement, to get his point across. And I thought, man, this guy who wrote this Quran is brilliant. He sort of addresses people on one level, and then he knows that there's going to be more, sneakier, trickier people reading it. And so he catches them in the next verse and says, hey, you kind of skeptical person. Don't think, God does not disdain to cite parables in order to get it, in order to catch your imagination, even if it is of a gnat. I thought, brilliant. The first 29 verses of that second chapter, beginning of the Quran, sort of describe its audience. There are the believers, the people who have not natural, but who believe in God and are sincere. And it says that this Quran will be of great benefit to them. And then it talks about the people who will not benefit at all. The people who just reject it out of hand are completely closed-minded, and the Quran dismisses them in one verse. Talks about them in one verse, dismisses them in one verse. They're going to not gain from this at all. And then it talks about the people on the fence, sort of in the middle, who waver between belief and disbelief. And it says how, they could benefit, but they have to be sincere, and they have to be open-minded, etc. And I'm thinking, what a modern way to begin a text. Because it describes its audience, talks about the prerequisites to gain from this, who will gain from it, who will not. Sort of the way we write textbooks nowadays. Like if I write a math text, I say, well, this book is appropriate for freshmen and sophomores, but it's also even appropriate for seniors in high school if they have this and this background and so forth. But high school, younger than that, students with a lesser background won't be able to benefit from this. And I thought, oh, what a brilliant way to begin this scripture. It's very modern in so many ways. Okay, so I was impressed by the author. That's the most important point I'm trying to make. He impressed me right from the start. And I quickly became very intrigued by the author. I wanted to understand him better. I was in awe of what I thought was his mind, his brilliance. Then I come, naturally enough, after the introduction, to the 30th verse of the second surah. And it begins the story of man. Now, some people take that as history. I personally took it as an allegory, as a symbolic story. From my background, that was a natural way to read it, especially because of internal things inside that story and from other verses in the Quran that I would later read that sort of confirm my belief in that. So I took it as primarily symbolic, and I was looking to read it to understand meaning, to gain some meaning about what the author had to say about the purpose of life. But regardless how you take it, I think you're going to come to more or less similar conclusions. Okay, so here I am. I turn to the story of man, and I read the 30th verse of the second surah that begins that story. And I look down at it, and I read through that. I read that one. And then the story continues up till I think the 39th verse, very short introduction. I read through it once, and it just didn't sound right, because I was familiar with this story. You could read it in the Bible. So I read it again and again, 2 or 3 times, and I realized something is really strange here. The author seems to have missed the entire point and purpose of the story. I mean, he's permuted details. He seems to have missed the main point of the story. And I began to wonder if he just never quite heard it right. But on the other hand, there seemed to be something underneath the surface here that he was trying to say that seemed very intriguing. So I decided finally to go back and read it very carefully, line by line, verse by verse, and give him the benefit of the doubt, give it a true, honest reading, and see what it had to say, because it intrigued me. And I read the 30th verse of the second surah, and here's the way it goes. And it says, "Behold, your Lord said to the angels, I am going to place a representative of mine on earth, a vicegerent, a representative on earth, representative of God. And they said, the angels, will you place therein one who will spread corruption and shed blood? Will we celebrate your praises and glorify your holiness? And he said, truly, I know what you do not know." I looked at that verse, and I just felt kind of like not more than a tingle, like a coldness come over me. I felt like somebody was in the room. And I read it again, and it says, "Behold, your Lord said to the angels, I am going to place a vicegerent, a representative of mine on earth." I thought, no, you got it all wrong. Because here the author is saying, "Behold, your Lord said to the angels, I'm going to place man, apparently, on earth as my representative." I thought, no, that's not why you're putting man on earth. You're putting him there as a punishment. He sins, and you punish him. You didn't create him from the start to put him on earth as your representative. You put him there to punish him. But that's not what it says. Long before man, Adam, and Eve even appear on a scene, it says, I'm going to place him there on earth as my representative. I thought, no, that's entirely wrong. And then I read the next verse, and that one was the one that hooked me. Because then the angels say, because up to that point I thought, does he really mean what he's saying? I mean, is he really saying that he's not putting them there as a punishment, but, to represent him? Is he giving him a positive appraisal of mankind right from the start? And then, like I said, the rest of that verse goes, they said, will you place therein one who will spread corruption and shed blood? The angels are saying this. While we, the angels, celebrate your praises and glorify you? I looked at that and said, that's my question. Right? Because the angels are raising a natural objection. Will you place her in one who will spread corruption and shed blood? God just said, I'm going to put man there to represent me. And the angels naturally say, why? This creature? This rebellious being? This creature who spreads corruption and sheds much blood? You're going to create him and put him on earth and his progeny? While what? While we celebrate your praises and glorify your holiness? Why put this creature on earth? Why even make him in the first place when you could create us, the angels, who are perfectly submissive to your will, who do exactly what you want of us, who only glorify you and praise you? Why create this being? Why create him in the first place? Why create this being who spreads corruption and sheds much blood? It's a natural question. It's my question. The atheist question. I thought the author was trying to play with me, play with my emotions, manipulate the story just to agitate me. I said it right there with the angels. Yes, why create this creature when you could create angels? And notice where the question is coming from. It's coming from heaven. It's being asked in heaven, which gives the question all the more force. Because why create this creature with his criminal inclinations, then put him in an environment where he falsely feels he's distant from God and cannot even perceive him with his five senses, so he feels free, distant from God, and unleash him in that environment where he could pursue his worst criminal inclinations? It just got to get you. And when I read that, I was almost furious. Yes, why? Why do that? And then the rest of that verse goes, and here's God's answer to the angel's question. Truly, I know what you do not know. In modern parlance, that would be, yes, truly, I know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. You know exactly what you're doing? I said. You know exactly what you're doing? No, you don't get off that easily, I thought to myself. You don't take my whole question. You don't take my pain. You don't take my life, summarize it in 2 verses, and then just walk away and say you know what you're doing. That's my life there. That's my rage. That's my anger. You cannot walk away that easy. No, you don't ask that question without answering it. I want to know what is the answer to that question. You made me, I thought to myself. And then it dawned on me, I was arguing with a God I didn't even believe in. And that would happen often when I read this Quran. Every now and then I would slip into an argument with the scripture, arguing with a divinity I didn't even believe in, complaining to a God that I rejected. But that was the brilliance, I thought, of the author, the way he could phrase things in such a way to lure you in to feeling like you're conversing with God himself. I thought this author was extremely brilliant. And so I kept on reading, even though right now I was extremely agitated. But the strange thing is, the author didn't end the answer to the angel's question with that verse. He just didn't say, truly I know what you do not, and then dismiss the question. Are you guys getting tired and bored? No, seriously. Sorry about this, but these things are kind of fun for me, but whenever I talk about these, my daughters go, oh, here he goes again. But for me, it's like doing mathematics. It's beautiful, even though I know, all students would agree with that. But in any case, so I turned to the next verse, and it says, and he, God, taught Adam the names of all things. And then he placed them before the angels and said, tell me their names if you are right. I looked at that verse, and it's clearly addressing the angel's question. It's responding to the angel's question. And it's interesting what it says. And he taught Adam the names of all things, and then placed them before the angels and said, tell me their names if you are right. Right about what? About your question, your objection, in a sense, to the existence of man. I remembered that in the account of this story that I had known from as I was a child, that man is taught to, not taught, but requires the ability to name things. But it was not presented as an answer to any kind of question. But in this version, the author now took this naming incident and used it to begin an answer to the angel's question. And he taught Adam the names of all things. I realized very quickly that you have to be very close attention to the wording, because this author was extremely skillful in his choice of words. And he said, and he taught Adam the names of all things. He's emphasizing that Adam here can learn. He can be taught. He's an intellectual being. And he taught Adam what? How to name all things. All things. All things that come into his conscious mind. Everything he sees, everything he experiences, he's able to assign verbal symbols. I was later discovered that throughout the Quran, the gift of human language, the human ability to communicate, not just in word, but also in writing, would be emphasized throughout the Quran. That this skill is what makes man way above the creatures around him. This gift, especially, is one of the greatest gifts that God gives to mankind. In the Quran, in one place, it explicitly states that read commands the reader. Read in the name of your Lord who created man from a tiny creature that clings. Read, and your Lord is most bountiful. Why? Because he taught man the use of the pen, taught him with it what he could never know, what he knew not. The Quran will emphasize reading, talking, communicating, and man's intellectual abilities, especially as it is symbolized in this verse. What makes man special, what makes him unique, what begins as an answer to the angel's question, the author points to this verse, man's intellectual abilities. He begins by answering the angel's question by pointing to that, man's intellect, as symbolized especially in his ability to assign verbal symbols to all the concepts that come into his mind. And then he placed them before the angels and said, "You, tell me their names if you are right." And they said, "Glory to you. We have no knowledge except what you taught us. We only have the knowledge, the level of knowledge, the intellect that you have provided for us. We cannot do this." They do not have the intellect. They do not have the intelligence to be able to create on their own verbal symbols for what they experience. Glory be to you. We have no knowledge except what you taught us. We cannot name these things. And they say, in truth, it is you who are knowing, the wise. This takes knowledge. This takes wisdom. This takes at least a certain level of genius to be able to name things like this. They admit their inferiority. This is beyond them. And then you turn to the next verse and it says, and he said, "O Adam, tell them their names." And Adam succeeds where the angels failed. The angels did not have the ability to be able to meet this task. Adam, he succeeds instantly. And when he had told them their names, God said to the angels, "Did I not tell you that I know what is unseen in the heavens and the earth, and I know what you reveal and what you conceal?" A direct reference to the question. Did I not tell you that I know what is in the heavens and the earth, and I know what you reveal and you conceal? Didn't I just tell you? I know exactly what I'm doing. But the thing that got me was this last part. Did I not tell you that I know what is unseen in the heavens and the earth, and I know what you reveal and you conceal? What did the angels reveal? What did they conceal? I was amazed at the economy of expression of the author. In just a few words, he could pack so much meaning. It's so easy to just read through this. I read through this 3 times, I told you. 2 or 3 times before I went back and read through it slowly. And didn't realize anything. Couldn't get the picture. But I went back and read it line by line, word by word. Suddenly a whole world was opening up to me. Did I not tell you that I know what is unseen in the heavens and the earth, and I know what you reveal and what you conceal? What did the angels reveal? What did they conceal? Well, I look back. It's obvious what they revealed. The evil propensities of man. Man's ability to destroy, to wreak havoc, to spread corruption, to shed blood. They revealed the dark side of human nature, plainly. But what did they conceal? I thought about it and it was obvious. They ignored, neglected to say that man has a reciprocal ability to do good, to show compassion, to be kind, to be merciful, to be just, to do what is righteous, to do righteous deeds. Man has the ability to rise to great heights of virtue. That was an eye-opener for me, because I had always seen the dark side of the man. I was blind to it. I had a blind spot. I was blind to the reciprocal ability of man. But here, the angels are being told exactly what I needed to be told. That yes, human beings could be extremely destructive. They could be violent. They could be vicious. They could be mean. But they also could be kind, good, merciful, virtuous. And we all know it throughout history. We have the greatest exemplars of goodness and the greatest exemplars of evil, sometimes living side by side on the human stage. Of great examples, Adolf Hitler and Schindler. Right. Usually when someone evil arises, it forces the good out of others. They seem to bring out the best in each other in a certain sense. Right? But here, that's what it was saying. Sometimes these great exemplars of both tendencies, they could live in the same era, in the same country, in the same city, even on the same block, even in the same house. And we said, next verse, and it says in the next verse, and behold, we said to the angels, bow down to Adam, and they bowed down. But not so Iblis, turns out to be Satan. He refused and was arrogant. He was of those who reject faith. And we said to the angels, bow down to Adam. If I had any doubt up until this point that the author meant that human intelligence made mankind potentially superior to the angels, this verse removed all doubt. Because it says to the angels, after God demonstrates that man is his intellectual superior, tells the angels, bow down to Adam. And they bowed down. Bowing down could be a symbol of what? Well, it could be a symbol of inferiority, but it also could be a symbol of subservience. And perhaps the author, and I would later see that this is true, that what he's saying here is that not only angels are of lesser intelligence than man, do not have his intellectual capacity, but also it's saying that these angels will serve God, but they will serve the development of man. And later in the Quran, we'll see that everything else about us in this learning experience, in this life on earth, is to serve our growth and development. Even Satan, it turns out, serves a function according to the Quran. All of it serves an essential role in the development and evolution of the human personality. And Iblis refused, Satan refused to bow down. Why? Because he was arrogant. He was of those who reject faith. If you give me a minute, I'll just summarize where we are right now. Angels asked the right question. Why create this human being in the first place? Because he is so destructive and violent, sinful, etc. God begins to answer the question by saying, look, he has superior intelligence. He has a tremendous capacity, intellectual capacity, in comparison to the other creatures around him. When he demonstrates this, he tells the angels to bow down. You will serve his development. And then he introduces Satan, Iblis. And so what does Satan, I thought, represent in almost every culture? What do angels represent in almost every culture? In almost every culture, and especially in the religion I grew up with, Satan represents the source of temptation. That being who whispers temptations into our soul. Angels represent the source of those magnanimous urgings, so that when we're faced with a moral dilemma, we hear both voices in our soul telling us, go ahead, enjoy yourself, don't worry about it, it's okay, relax. No, that would be good for you. Have a good time. The angel saying, no, that's not the right thing, Jeff. Don't do that. You do that, you're doing the wrong thing. Remember your mom. Remember how honest she was. That's what she taught you. So here the author is introducing the source of temptation that we are exposed to and the source of inspiration that all human beings are subject to. That's what they pretty much represent in all cultures. But why does he introduce it at this stage? Well, first, in answer to the angel's question, I thought, he's talking about man's intellectual ability. Now he's talking about what? Man has the ability to choose. To choose between, because he is subject to magnanimous urgings and evil promptings. And he has the ability, as we'll soon see, to choose between them. Man is a creature of choice, a moral being. And these promptings that he's subjected to, magnanimous urgings and evil promptings, temptations, heighten the morality of a decision. It forces us to focus on it so that not only can we discern between the two, but when we have to make a moral decision, it becomes, we focus on it in an intense, we're forced to focus on it in an intense way. So up to this point, we see that man has gone through a period of instruction, of learning. In his development, he's now become a moral being, and so he was presented with a choice. And we said, O Adam, dwell you and your spouse in the garden, and eat freely thereof what you wish. But come not near this tree, for you will be among the wrongdoers. I'm thinking, the author either has his own original version that he's talking about here, that he's presenting here, or he just can't make up his mind what point he is trying to get across. He's getting lost. Let me read it again. Dwell you and your spouse in the garden, and eat freely thereof what you wish, but come not near this tree, for you will be among the wrongdoers. The reason why I said the author seems to be confused is because he's almost totally dispassionate in that statement. I said to myself, no, that's not how it works. God is supposed to be fearful at the prospect that Adam may eat from the tree. Because that's the tree of eternal life and infinite knowledge. And if he eats from it, as it said in my upbringing, they will become as gods. And so God, after he banishes man from the garden, puts an angel around that tree so that he never goes near it again. For God knows if he goes near that tree, it's a disaster. Man could become his equal. And he's nervous and frightened at the prospect that man will go to the tree and eat from it. But here, there's no sense of urgency. There's no sense of panic. There's no sense of even mild worry. God says to Adam and Eve, O Adam, dwell you and your spouse in the garden, and eat freely thereof what you wish, but come not near this tree, for why? For you will be among the wrongdoers. It's almost as if the tree is picked at random. Let's see, Adam, Eve, go now to eat whatever you like in the garden, but don't go near that tree. There's nothing special about the tree. I read the whole rest of the Quran. There was nothing special about the tree. Satan tempted Adam and told him it's, this tree, if you eat this from this fruit, you'll have a great kingdom, a kingdom that never decays, and so forth, and eternal life. It turns out to be a falsification on his part. No truth in it at all. But God seems totally in control here. Not at all worried at this prospect. What does the next verse say? But Satan caused them to slip and expelled them from the state in which they were. I read that verse and said, what? This author has a penchant for understating things. What happened? But Satan caused them to slip and expelled them from the state in which they were. What? The greatest sin in the history of the human race, the sin for which you and I and all of us here are sweating it out down here on earth, and we have to live and work and suffer and go through pain and agony and death. That sin that brought this down upon us is a slip. A slip? I went to my Arabian friends and I asked them, you see this verse in the Quran here? This word here, could you tell me what it means? And they said, it means to slip. And I said to them, no. I mean, a slip in English is when I go like this. A slip is a minor distraction. You get distracted for a second and you sort of lose your focus, but you immediately regain it. It's something minor, I told them. Like I'll say to another American, I slipped up. It's no big deal. Jeff, what happened there? Oh, don't worry about it. I tell my department head, it's just a slip up. Won't happen again. It's a slip up. Don't worry about it. Oh, I slipped. No big deal. They told me it means the same thing. To slip. No big deal. Slip? And Satan caused them to slip. And they were expelled from the state in which they were. What state were they? Total compliance to God's will. What state were they in now? They had discovered the ability to go against that will, to make an independent choice. Up to this point, we saw that they were given the ability to choose, presented with temptation and magnanimous urgings. Now, we actually see them make that independent choice. They might have been given many commands before, may have had many choices before. What's significant about this choice, the source seems to be saying, is that it's the first time they made an independent one. But Satan caused them to slip and expelled them from the state in which they were. And we said, go you all down, some of you being the enemies of others, and on earth will be your dwelling place and provision for a time. Go you all down, some of you will be adversaries of others, and on earth will be your dwelling place and provision for a time. And the author, I thought, he just doesn't get it. I mean, there should be rage here. There should be anger. God should be furious. He should be losing it. He should be threatening this creature. He should be screaming at him, telling him, yes, and the woman, you're going to have a period, and you're going to scream on your labor pains, and this guy who you were too smart and you tricked him, he's going to rule over you. That's going to teach you a lesson, and so forth. But here, he simply says, go you all down, some of you being adversaries of others, and earth will be your dwelling place and provision for a time. And that's not a God losing it. And on earth will be your dwelling place and provision for a time. When I walked into the hotel today, and the person behind the desk said, here's your room, and we have a continental breakfast in the morning, I didn't assume they were angry at me. No. Here's your room, we have a continental breakfast in the morning. Oh. I didn't assume they were angry at me. They weren't. But that's essentially, go you all down, some of you will be adversaries of others. The angels already said that in their question. There will be violence. This creature creates violence. This seems to be more a warning than anything else. And on earth will be your dwelling place and provision for a time. I thought, wait a minute. Maybe I'm misreading this. The next verse, I'm sure, will show God exploding out of control. And then Adam received words from his Lord, and he turned to him mercifully. For truly God is oft returning, ever merciful. What? Merciful? Adam receives words from his Lord? Turns out in the next verse, the words of consolatory words, the words of consolation. Then Adam receives words from his Lord, and he turned to him mercifully. God forgives him? Truly he is oft returning, the merciful. It's definitely not a God going out of control. I thought, what point is the author trying to make here? He has missed the whole point and purpose of this story. Next verse. And it repeats what it said before. So we said, go down from this state, all of you together. And truly there will come from me guidance to you. And whoever follows my guidance, no fear shall come upon them, nor shall they grieve. If I had any doubt before that God was not punishing Adam by putting him on earth, Adam and his spouse, it was removed when I read this verse and the previous one, because God says, go down from the state, all of you together, and then he embraces Adam. And truly there will come to you guidance from me, Adam and Eve. And whoever follows my guidance, no fear shall come upon them, nor shall they grieve. It's a tender scene. Adam and his spouse repented in the previous verse. God forgive them. But he tells them, but you have to go down from the state in which you were. They're obviously fearful. They're obviously somewhat panicked. This is all new to them. And what does God say to them? He says, but don't worry. Guidance will come from me, and whoever follows my guidance, no fear shall come upon them, nor shall they grieve. It's like a parent addressing a hurt child or a penitent child. Don't worry about it. You'll be all right. Don't panic. I'm not here to hurt you. Don't be afraid. You'll be all right. There will come guidance from me. And as long as you follow my guidance, you'll have nothing to fear, nor shall you grieve. I know you're afraid. I know this is new for you. I know this is hard for you, but you have to go through it. But don't worry, I'll be with you. Just follow my guidance. You have nothing to grieve. The last verse switches to the past tense. Up to this point, we're talking about the beginnings of mankind. This verse transports us to the very end of the human drama, looking back on the history of mankind. And it says, and those who rejected and gave the lie to our signs, past tense, these are friends of the fire. They dwelled therein. Notice how it switches to a whole other scene. It would be unfair to say this to the couple. They've just been through a lot. So it doesn't address them personally. It addresses the reader. It takes them to the future, to the day of judgment. And looks back at human history and says, and those who rejected and gave the lie to our signs, these are the friends of the fire. They dwelled therein. They're friends of the fire? Curious choice of words. The author is constantly making intriguing choices of words. Do people befriend the suffering that awaits them in the next life, I thought? They're friends of the fire? Do people court? Do they pursue? Do they embrace the misery that's going to meet them in the hereafter? How, I thought? It says they dwelled therein. When? In the past? What? Did they already create or live in some kind of hell in this life that's organically connected to the hell they experience in the next? What is he saying here? Later in the Quran, I would read a verse that says this, in your mutual rivalry for the things of the world, right? I got to remember it. You're diverted. In your mutual rivalry for piling up the things of the world, you are diverted. Then it says, but then you will know when you die. And then it says, and then again you will know when you reach your next existence. But then it says, but if you could see right now with the eye of reality, you would certainly see the hell. What hell? The one you're already in. Is that what the author is trying to say? Is there an organic link between what we do in this life and to what we experience in the next? Do we create do we start? Do we, in a sense, make ourselves into that type of creature that experiences either pain or happiness in the next life? Too many questions were coming into my mind. And I kept seeing a picture going in and out of focus. And I was only 39 verses through the Quran and the 7 in the opening chapter. So 46 verses. It's only a few pages through the Quran. I had a whole Quran to go. But I was determined to pursue it and find how the author deals with those questions. So I thought he was a genius up to this point. I thought he was a genius beyond any genius I had ever read. Or at least I thought he could be. But I thought as I read through the rest of the Quran, he'd start to fall apart, make mistakes, contradict himself. So I continued reading. I was just intrigued. I was wondering when he was going to trip over his own feet. Okay, 3 things the author seemed to be emphasizing in this story, 3 things that intrigued me most. It seemed that he was emphasizing, in response to the angel's question, why create this most corrupt and worst creature? Are you getting really exhausted? Seriously. Because I could finish this tomorrow. Really. No lie. I'm not a politician. I'm telling the truth. Okay. I'll go a little further until you get too exhausted. Just raise your hands. Okay. Because you've been at it a long time already. You know? Okay, now we're in 10 minutes of listening to me talk. But in any case, 3 things in response to the angel's question he seemed to be emphasizing. 1, reason. Right? Human beings have reason. That figures into a response to the angel's question, why create this most destructive being? Second thing he seemed to be emphasizing is choice, and the human being is a creature of choice, and he can make moral choices. God has empowered him to make moral choices and to see them through to their normally expected conclusions. At least that's what it seemed to be hinting at. I'd have to read the rest of the Quran to see if that was really true. Third thing that seemed to be emphasized in the story is that human beings will suffer. And God just says, yeah, they're going to suffer. Fourth thing he seems to emphasize, we're not put here as a punishment. We're not put here as a punishment. Because notice when he forgives Adam, he doesn't pop him and he and his wife back in heaven. As a matter of fact, there was nothing in the story to indicate that this life was a punishment. But when I read that verse that said he had forgiven Adam and Eve, I thought, okay, put him back in heaven. You forgave him. You know, when I penalize my daughters for doing something wrong, I subtract $5 from their allowance. If they come and cry, my wife says I'm a marshmallow. If they come and cry to me, I say, okay, you're forgiven. And then I give them back the $5. If I kept the $5, they'd say to me, Daddy, I thought I was forgiven. Make up your mind. Am I punished or am I forgiven? Oh, you're forgiven, but I'll keep the $5. That's not fair. You forgave me. So why doesn't God put Adam and Eve back into heaven? Because life is not a punishment. This is from the beginning of the story to the end. We had known from the very beginning, and it was consistent throughout, that he's going to put them there as his representative, potentially, on earth. Human beings have the potential to represent them. Somehow that figures into response to the angel's question. So 3 things are emphasized. Well, 1, life is not a punishment. 2, human beings are creatures of intellect. 3, they have the ability to make choices. They have the ability to exercise will. And 3rd, that they're going to suffer. And somehow, it seems, the author was emphasizing these in the story of man. Now, I thought I could just be wrong, deluding myself, really, projecting my own neurosis onto this story, my own childhood trauma onto the story. So, as I read through the Quran, I tried to keep my mind and eye open for anything that would contradict what I had thought. And as I read through it, sure enough, I found confirmation of what I just said. Reason, man's ability to reason, gets such strong emphasis in the Quran that sometimes you would think that the author is some kind of, has a tremendous faith in philosophy and reason, like no other religious mind in history. Because I was always taught that reason and faith conflict. That somewhere along the line, they contradict. The age-old conflict between faith and reason. If you take reason too far, you'll naturally arrive at conflicts with faith. This author says exactly the opposite, saying that people do not believe, or people to come upon false beliefs because they do not use their reason. He makes the point again and again and again. He puts so much emphasis on reason that one famous Western Orientalist who studied the Quran said, the Quran puts so much emphasis on reason that you would think that disbelief is nothing more than an infirmity of the human mind. An inability to use it, like an illness in your mind. Mental sickness. That's how much emphasis he puts on reason. That was Henri Lemens who said that. Another Orientalist, and every Orientalist that has ever written about the Quran has more or less emphasized this point. Maxime Rodinson, one of the leading Orientalists in France, wrote, the Quran continually expounds the rational proofs of God's omnipotence, the wonders of creation, such as the gestation of animals, the movement of heavenly bodies, atmospheric phenomena, the variety of animal and vegetable life, so marvelously well adapted to men's needs. He's not a Muslim, but he was impressed by this. He said, all those things are signs for those of insight. And he quotes the Quran here. Repeated about 50 times in the Quran is the Arabic verb, which means to connect ideas together, to reason, to understand an intellectual argument. 13 times, he says, we come upon the refrain after a piece of reasoning. Have you then no sense? Will you not use your reason? The infidels, those who remain insensible to Muhammad's preaching, are stigmatized as a people of no intelligence. Persons incapable of the intellectual effort needed to cast off routine thinking. And he gives several references. In this respect, they are like cattle. The Quran complains that people disbelieve or corrupt religion because they do not use the reason. They refuse to reason, says the Quran, and I have 10 references here. And there are people who do not reason, says the Quran, and I have 12 references here. It says, will you not reason? The Quran asks repeatedly, again and again and again. God reveals signs, lessons, and admonitions so that perhaps you will use your reason, the Quran says again and again. From the author's viewpoint, reason and faith are allies, as are illogic and false belief. And he clearly sets the conflict along these lines. The right way is clearly distinct from error, he says. Those who benefit most from the Quran, the author says, are persons of insight, firmly rooted in knowledge, used to reason, and stand on clear evidence and proof. While those who oppose the revelation are deluded and manifest error, ignorant, foolish, have no understanding, only follow surmise and conjecture, and blindly adhere to tradition. In an almost Socratic style, the author asks the reader again and again and again, what do you think? Have you considered this? Do you suppose? Do you ponder? Do you not think? The message is clear. And in order to be guided to truer faith, we need to free ourselves from inherited notions and examine our beliefs rationally. That was clearly the position of the author. I thought he was walking a dangerous, slippery slope. Because once you start pushing too much for reason, you'll eventually start trapping yourself and presenting a system that cannot stand up to its demands. But I was intrigued. Does the author also emphasize, choice, like I thought he did? Does he emphasize that human beings are a choosing creature and this plays a major role in their development on earth? And the answer is yes. Let there be no compulsion in religion. The right way is henceforth clearly distinct from error, he says. In another verse, had God willed, he could indeed have guided all of you. He could have indeed have guided all of you. I read those, when I would come across those verses, I'd say, why not? Guide us all. Why did you not do that? Do not the believers know that, had God willed, he could have guided all mankind? Why didn't he? Why did he make us capable of choosing the wrong way? And if God had willed, we could have given every soul its guidance. Okay, make us all clones of one another, rightly guided, angels. Instead, he doesn't. He lets us make choices, lets us make errors, lets us make mistakes, gives us an intellect. Quran emphasizes, hopefully, you will learn from your mistakes. The Quran puts so much emphasis on trial and error. It says it explicitly many, many times. You will face trial. You will face trial. We tried you this way. We tried you that way. We tried you this way. We test you this way. We test you that way. So it's like it's a professor talking to his class. It has an almost academic tone. And you will err. And hopefully you will correct your errors, it says. You will repent. You will realize your error and turn yourself around. Enlightenment has come from your God. He who sees does so to his own good. He who is blind is so to his own hurt. It is your choice. And whoever is guided is only to his own gain. And if any stray, say, I am only a warner, tells the prophet. It's up to you. I don't make your choices for you. And God wants us to choose on our own. We have revealed to you the book with the truth for mankind. He who lets himself be guided does so to his own good. He who lets himself astray does so to his own hurt. It's your choice. And the Quran says that in an almost dispassionate tone. It's your choice. You have the right to choose. God's not going to force the choices down your throat. It's not going to make you do anything when it comes to primary critical moral choices. You have to make them yourself, he's essentially telling the audience. What does he have to say about suffering? Okay, I was intrigued. The author is consistent. Emphasizes reason, emphasizes choice. What does he have to say about suffering? Well, here's what he has to say. Is it really necessary, I thought? What possible purpose could it serve? Most assuredly, we will try you with something of danger and hunger and the loss of worldly goods, of your loss of your lives and the fruits of your labor. But give glad tidings to those who are patient in adversity, who when calamity befalls them say, truly unto God do we belong, and truly unto him we shall return. Most assuredly, we will try you, the Quran says, with danger, suffering, loss of worldly goods, thank you, lives and the fruits of your labor. Okay? Most assuredly. Could somebody get that for me? But most assuredly, you will suffer. Why? I thought, why? Do you think that you can enter paradise without having suffered like those who passed away before you? Why not? Just pop us up. Beam me up, Scotty, I thought to myself. Do you think that you could enter paradise without having suffered like those who passed away before you? Why not? Misfortune and hardship befell them, and so shaken were they, that the apostle, we're talking about good people here suffering, that the apostle and the believers with him would exclaim, when will God's help come? Oh, truly, God's help is always near, the verse says. You are going to suffer. Why? You will certainly be tried in your possessions and yourselves, it says. Another verse, every soul must taste of death, and we will try you with calamity and prosperity, both as a means of trial. We'll test you with both. What's the point of it? And to us you are returned. In another verse it says, O mankind, truly you've been toiling towards your Lord in painful toil, but you shall meet him. How do you toil towards God? How does suffering bring us any closer to God? It's just, do you know? I know a lot of you do, but, the rhetorical question. It's sort of well, never mind. This verse, I was ready to just throw the Quran down. I got so angry when I read the beginning of this one. We certainly have created man to face distress. We first certainly have created man to face distress. What? We certainly have created man to face distress. You created us to face distress? You created us to suffer? Are we made to face distress? I started to think about it in another way. Are we eminently well-suited to face distress? Are we a creature that thrives on distress? Do we thrive on suffering? Does that play a major role in our development, in our progress, in our growth? When I thought about it that way, I said, yes, of course. I could see that in this life. We are eminently well-suited to face distress more than any other creature about us. And that sort of charts our intellectual evolution and our progress. But how could that bring us any closer to God? What does that have to do with our relationship with God? What does that have anything to do with the hereafter? Does he think that no one has power over him? He will say, I have wasted much wealth. Does he think that no one sees him? He's trying to say, you think you're down here alone, just going through this for no point or purpose? Have we not given him 2 eyes to see with, a tongue to speak and communicate with, and 2 lips to communicate with, and pointed out to him the 2 conspicuous ways? What are the 2 conspicuous ways? Haven't I given you all these things to see and to learn with and to communicate with? Can't you just open your eyes and see it? and understand from talking to others and looking at other people around you and seeing everything around you? Can't you see the two conspicuous ways? When I read this verse, I was at the 90th chapter of the Quran. Had like 30 pages to go, and I still was in the dark. What two conspicuous ways? What can I see? And what will make you comprehend? Oh, but he attempts not the uphill climb. And what will make you comprehend the uphill climb? Is life an uphill climb? Why does life have to be an uphill climb? Why can't it be a downward slope or a level surface? Why does it have to be an upward climb? Why does it have to be hard? And what will make you comprehend the uphill climb? It is to free a slave, or to feed in a day of hunger an orphan nearly related, or the poor one lying in the dust. Then he or she is of those who believe. Then he or she is one of those who exhorts one another to patience. Then he or she is one of those who exhorts others to mercy. What? The two conspicuous ways? These are the two conspicuous ways. The uphill climb is one. And what is it about? Helping others, self-sacrifice, freeing a slave, helping a poor one lying in the dust, giving of yourself. When I read this verse, the first thing I thought about, believe it or not, was my mother. Because my mom had always told me that, Jeff, life is not about taking. Life is not about succeeding. Life is not about obtaining your material goals. Life, Jeff, is about giving. Life is about giving to others. She said, as long as you have something to give, no matter how small, you're never poor. You're always rich. I said to her, Mom, you just don't get it, do you? Life is not about giving, Mom. Life is not about self-sacrifice. Life is about getting ahead. Life is about protecting oneself. Life is about not letting people step on you. Life is about insulating yourself from harm for as long as you can. This world, Mom, as Dad has taught me, and he's right, is a dog-eat-dog world. And it's not about any of the things you say. It's about survival. But here at 28 years old, when I thought back on my mom, I realized that she was always a peaceful, happy, contented, restful, serene person. And at the same time, I was angry, hostile. I wouldn't show it to people around me, but inside I felt it. I felt that life was empty, chaotic, uncertain, fragile, scary. When I read this verse, I realized that at least in that sense, the Quran was right, and so was my mom. There are two conspicuous ways. If you just look around you, look at the people that are happy. Look at the people that really seem to have joy in life. The real joyful people in life. They're the people who give of themselves, who engage in self-sacrifice. And they can't seem to get enough. And you look at the people who squander and hoard, and they're miserable. They never could get enough. I realized that there are two conspicuous ways in life. But I didn't see how that had to do with any ultimate purpose behind it. Is that what the author is saying, I thought? That life is just to be good and nice to people so you feel good inside? As Michael Jackson used to say, to make the world a better place for you and me? No, is that it? I couldn't find a connection. And I never did. So goodbye. No. No. But we're almost out of time, so I'll try to tie this up. It's hard, this takes 100 pages of my next book. Okay, I thought. The author claims that these things, suffering, choice, intellect, play a role in our purpose of life. What possible purpose can they play? Well, God must have had a reason for producing us on earth. So first I thought I would concentrate on what this kind of person does God want to produce? And sure enough, it's not hard to find. The Quran says that God intends to produce through this earthly experience a people who will relate to Him, develop a relationship to Him, a relationship that the Quran describes as a relationship of love. And it says it again and again. For example, yet there are men who take others besides God as equal, loving them as they should love God. but those who believe love God more ardently. Say, another verse, if you love God, follow me, and God will love you, and forgive you your faults, for God is the forgiving, the merciful. O you who believe, if any from among you should turn back from his faith, then God will assuredly bring a people he loves and who love him. In many places, it also says, God loves this type of person, God loves that type of person, God loves this in people, God loves that, and doesn't love this type of people, doesn't love people who do that. Or not people, but mostly the acts. God does not love the transgressor. God does not love the hateful. God does not, and so forth. And the Quran assures us that through this earthly experience, especially watch the conversations in the Quran between Satan and God. God is always in total control. Satan in the Quran is really rather a weak creature. In other traditions, he might have tremendous power. But in the Quran, he says, I have no power over you. I but whisper, and you follow. Remember? And it says on the day of judgment, he's going to say to those who followed him, I had no power over you whatsoever. I only whisper, and you follow. But in the conversations between God and Satan in the Quran, it reveals something very important. That yes, there will be people who go astray. Yes, there will be people that destroy themselves in this life. But God guarantees in the Quran that there will be a subset of humanity. Though there will definitely, this human experience will produce those who choose to enter a relationship with God, who choose to be bound by God in love, and whom God will love mutually. They'll enter in a mutual relationship of love. There will definitely, this earthly experience will definitely produce those type of people. Okay, but I mean, this is just too much to handle. I have all these questions in my mind, all these things to deal with. Choice, reason, suffering. God intends to produce through this earthly experience, and says it certainly will produce a subset of this humanity that will enter into a relationship of love with him. What does that have to do with all these other things? Suffering, choice, etc. Couldn't he just make us love him, program us to love him, love us in return, pop us into heaven, avoid the suffering? What? Okay, so Quran says that God wants to enter into a relationship with humanity, and that this human experience will definitely produce a certain segment that will relate to him. So here I am, I'm done with the Quran, and I'm trying to think, what could the possible connection be? So what's the natural place to look? Well, if it has to do with a relationship between God, we should look in the Quran, what the Quran expects from man, and what the Quran tells us of God, and then we should try to see if there's any relationship between the two. I mean, that seems like a natural thing to do. Because if the issue comes down to relating to God, we should discover in the Quran what it says about the believers and the disbelievers, those who are brought near to God and those who are not, and God, and see if there's any possible connection between the two. Okay, so what does the Quran expect from mankind? Well, it's so simple in the Quran, it's almost the type of thing you just like to just read over and neglect. It says God expects, of people that they believe, that they will believe and do good. What? Believe and do good? Okay, I get the belief part. If you're going to have a relationship with God, you certainly must believe in him. You can't just reject him, to turn your back and walk and reject his very existence, definitely. But what does doing good have to do with forging a relationship with God? You want us to make us good, whatever. But even so, what difference does it make? So I looked up what kind of acts the Quran said are good. I just wrote a partial list. I didn't look them up. I just tried to remember from my reading of it. And not unexpectedly, it consists of those acts and attributes that are sort of universally recognized as virtuous. Good deeds are such, for example, we should show compassion to others. We should be merciful. We should forgive others. We should be just. We should protect the weak, defend the oppressed, feed the poor, seek knowledge and wisdom, be generous, truthful, kind, peaceful, and love others. And we should teach others these same things and learn them and grow in them as well. But why? In one verse it says, truly those who believe and do good will the most merciful endow with love. And to this end we have made this easy to understand in your own tongue, so that you may convey this glad news to the God-conscious and warn those given to contention. You're supposed to grow in love of your fellow man. But why? I had not a clue, but I did list them. Hope I could get here without sabotaging this. Somebody left their glasses here. Okay, so we're supposed to grow in love of our fellow man. You probably can't read this anyway if you're way in the back. Compassion. This is very small. Love, right? Compassion. Forgiveness. I just, listed them. I had nothing else to do that day. I was watching a football game. Love, compassion, forgiveness, caring, justice, truth. Truth. What are some of the other ones I said? Protect the weak. Protective of the weak. Kindness. Forgiveness. What did I leave out? Mercy. Mercy. Mercy, compassion, etc. Compassion. I got compassion. Okay. It wasn't very helpful, but I wrote them down. Okay, but I didn't complete my project. Okay, what does the Quran tell us about God? Now this is where it gets tricky. Because the Quran tells us, and naturally it's so, that nothing compares with God. That he is beyond rational definition, or even understanding, I would assume. Nothing compares to him. Reason cannot encompass him. If all the trees were pens, and all the sea was ink, and 7 seas like it, ink as well, you could never exhaust the words of God, the Quran tells us. You could never, in your reason, encompass him. And what good does that do me? Here I'm trying to see the connection between us doing good and our relationship with God, and there better be an intrinsic connection, or I'm walking from this Quran. Well, I didn't believe in God at this point anyway. But there better be an intrinsic connection, or the author has failed to guide as he said he would. But God is incomparable. We cannot come to know God. We hardly understand the human mind. How can we understand God? How can we come to know God? I could come to know you, because I have some sort of connection to you. We are alike. I could approach you physically, because you're a physical creature. I could walk over to you. Don't get scared. All right? I just move my body closer to yours. I could approach you rationally, through the intellect, right? By discussion, argumentation, and so forth, right? By the exercise of reason. I could approach you guys, any of you, in terms of feelings, right? By appealing to your emotions, right? Because we share them both. But in order to approach somebody, you've got to approach them by what they are. We could come to understand another because we share something. We approach a creature or a being. We approach a being by what they and we are. But how do you approach God? We're finite, he's infinite. We're corporeal creatures, he's incorporeal. Right? We're limited to this time and space environment, he transcends it. You know, just about anything you can think of that we possess, he possesses it to an infinite degree, transcends that. We don't compare. How can we come to know God? How can we have this relationship you talked about? Sorry, there's just no answer to that. No, there is, of course. But that's the way I felt. Sorry, there's no answer to it. And so I left the Quran. I finished reading it. I put it down. And about 2 weeks passed. And I don't know what I was doing one day. I was sitting, thinking about something totally removed from religion. And then I thought, wait a minute. The Quran does provide us some information about God. But I had neglected it, ignored it, time and time again. There are thousands of descriptions in the Quran about God that I just had never seen. If I just opened to the beginning of any surah, or looked on almost any page and came to the completion of a verse, I would have found many, many such references. You know, all the Muslims, I'm sure, know what I'm talking about. Because throughout the Quran, time and time again, punctuating passages, crowning passages, beginning surahs, you find what the Quran refers to as the beautiful names of God. You can't miss them. And they tell us something about God, right, for our benefit. And as I thought about them in my head, I began to list them in my head. The beautiful names of God. And I thought about them in my head. What are they? God is the loving. God is the compassionate. God is the forgiving. God is the caring. There's dozens and dozens of them. God is the just. He is the truth, or the truthful. He is the protector. He is the kind. God is the forgiving. Just read through the Quran. You can't miss these. He is the merciful. And on and on and on. I didn't complete this list, and I didn't complete this one either. But I looked in my mind at the two lists I visualized for the qualities God wants us to develop and the qualities that the Quran uses to describe God. And then I just immediately saw the picture. So what the author was telling us. Because the author is telling us that yes, your reason may not be able to fully encompass God, but you are to grow and learn love. Grow in your ability to learn and show love. Why? Because God is the loving. The more you grow in compassion, the more you come to receive and experience and understand God's infinite compassion. Because the Quran lets us know that all compassion ultimately comes from God, originates from God. The more you grow in forgiveness, the more you come to receive and experience and to know the forgiving, who is God. The more you grow in your ability to care for others, the more you grow in your experience of and understanding of and ability to know the caring. You don't reach it through reason. You reach it through experience. Same way I understand you in this audience. I don't know you rationally. I know you because we share common experiences. God is the caring, infinite source of caring according to the Quran, but we could grow in our ability to care for others. The more we grow in justice, the more we come to understand, experience, and to know the just. The more we grow in truth, the more we come to know, experience, and represent the truthful. And the Quran says we're here to represent God. The more we know of protectiveness of the weak and the downtrodden, the more we come to know the protector. The more we know of kindness, the more we come to know, experience, and receive the beauty that only the kind could give us. Forgiveness, forgiving, merciful, merciful, compassionate, compassionate, and on and on. When I explained that to my daughters, they said, "Daddy, what are you trying to say?" And I told them this. I said, pretend that we have a dog, some goldfish, and 3 daughters. Pretend that. I do have 3 daughters. So at least they could relate to that. I told them, no matter how much of my love, no matter how much of my compassion, no how much of my comparing, how much of my real self I shower on that goldfish could only experience my love, my compassion, my caring, my justice to a very limited degree. because it's a very primitive creature. It only knows and could learn and could experience love, compassion, forgiveness, etc., to a very minuscule level. But my dog, Rex, I don't have a dog, but I had one, Rex, once. But my dog, he could know and experience and feel my love, my compassion, my caring, myself, my being, to a much higher level, because he's a more developed creature. He knows through his own life experiences, he experiences through his own life experiences a certain amount of love, compassion, forgiveness, not just as a receiver, but as a giver as well, which is more important. Because when you give love, you're experiencing loving on a whole nother level than just receiving. You're learning it. But I told her, look at you three guys. Look at you three guys, I said to my daughters. As you grow, you will come to learn, know, and experience love, compassion, forgiveness on a much higher level, and a higher level. And it's up to you how high you want to go. But the more you grow in love, compassion, mercy, forgiveness, etc., the more you could experience whatever love, mercy, compassion, forgiveness, etc., that I have to give to you. The more you could experience me, the more you could experience my being. And that's essentially what the author seems to be telling us, that the more we grow in all these, the more we could experience the infinite love, compassion, forgiveness, caring, justice that is God. And so all the pieces were coming together for me. All I had to do was just read any page of the Quran. There were times and times again, there were signs. It was staring me right in the face. Except that I read it and never opened my eyes to see it. And it took me reading the entire scripture before it was open to me. But wait a minute, I said. Okay, granted. The more we grow in love, the more we could experience God's loving. The more, and people do. The believers, they experience it in prayer. They experience it in ritual. They talk about those powerful moments when they experience God's presence. They do experience it. And the Quran promises that you will definitely experience it to some degree in this life, but in the next life, when all distractions are swept away, and all you take to the next life is your growth in these, your real person. If you have grown in these, if you haven't become bankrupt in these, you will be able to experience God's beauty, His presence, His being to higher and higher degrees. But I thought, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. I almost got lured, seduced into accepting this picture. I almost got seduced into accepting this picture, but then I remembered my questions. And I remembered the angel's question. I mean, wait a minute, guys. Why didn't God just program these in us? Why didn't it just program us to be loving, compassionate, forgiveness, etc., instead of making us go through this turmoil, this torture on earth? Are you following me? And why didn't He just program us to be that way? Was the suffering all necessary? Was the pain of it all necessary? Did I gain anything from my childhood? I mean, what did I learn? Why did I have to suffer? Why do you have to suffer? Why did He give me choice? Why did He give me intellect? Just make me love. Just make me have compassion. Just like that. Well, if you read the Quran, don't even read the Quran. Just think about it yourself. In order to grow in love, and as creatures, the Quran says, every creature grows. Creatures are growing entities. And the Quran says that God provides every creature with the environment, the soil, if you will, the environment, the growing environment that is necessary for its growth. But if we are to grow in love, compassion, forgiveness, caring, etc., how does that contribute to that environment? Are these necessary ingredients for us to grow in these, and us to develop these, and us to learn these and acquire these? And I think if you think about it for a minute, the answer is obviously yes. I mean, think about compassion, for example. How can you have compassion if there is no suffering? If there is not some vulnerable creature to turn to? If some creature is not dependent on you? How could you exercise, learn, and grow in compassion? Unless you're the infinite source of it already, which none of us are, since none of us are God. We are creatures, we become. How can we become compassionate without knowing vulnerability, weakness, suffering in others so we could turn to? What is compassion without choice? A compassionate act is an act where you choose to help someone, when you have the option not to. If I take a banana, eat it, take the peel, throw it over my shoulder, it lands in the street, a criminal comes by on his way to rob a pocketbook from an old lady standing over there and trips on the banana peel and falls on the ground. My throwing the banana peel over my shoulder was not a compassionate act, because I really didn't choose to do that. Compassionate act requires choice. It also requires intellect, because when you reach out to someone in compassion, you weigh in your minds how much of yourself you're going to invest in reaching out to that person. And you say to yourself, do I really want to do this? How much time is it going to require? I got to go to work. I might not make any money today. Besides, I'll have to be helping this person for the next couple hours. Have to take him to the hospital. See him. Your mind is weighing how much of yourself is going to be invested in that. You could program a computer to never make an incorrect statement, but it doesn't become a truthful computer. I never heard anybody say to me, Jeff, that computer of yours? It's the most truthful computer I've ever seen. Because truth is not just making correct statements. Being truthful is a choice. It's understanding the decision you're making. It requires intellect. And if that truth involves you in the possibility of suffering, the more that is in stake in telling the truth, the greater you rise to that truth, the greater that is an act of truth. Oh, sorry. Because I was going like this. All right. What else do I have written here? Forgiveness is a choice. What is forgiveness without choice? What is forgiveness if somebody can't wrong you, which produces suffering? What is forgiveness without intellect? If you don't understand what the person has done to you, what the person is saying when they ask you for forgiveness. All these things, suffering, choice, and intellect, are integral to our growth in these. Are you following me? One last example, the famous wedding vow. You promise to stick with somebody in sickness and in health. What's the other one? I said it so long ago, I can't remember. In sickness and health, through richer or for poorer, until death do we part. Right. It asks us to make that commitment. It acknowledges the essential element of suffering and growing in love. And it's a choice. We make that vow. That vow is a choice. Do you, Jeff Lang, promise to take Ragya, so forth, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and health? I start thinking about it. Wait a minute now. No, I didn't. I was very pleased to do that. But it was a choice. And it's giving you the choice. Understand this. When you make that vow, it's in sickness and health, richer or poorer, till death do you part. It's saying, think about it. Understand what kind of choice you're making. No, these three things are integral in our growth in these. Suffering, choice, intellect are absolutely necessary to grow in these. You pull anyone out of this equation called life, and we don't have it as we know it. We cannot grow in these as we know it to very high levels. Finally, in the last 2 minutes, I'll just simply say this. So when the Quran talks about sin, it talks about people who grow bankrupt in these, more or less. The Quran, a famous symbol in the Quran is the balance on the day of judgment that weighs your goodness. And people are heavy in goodness. people who are full of goodness, they can experience paradise in the next life. And perhaps, to greater and greater degrees, God's presence. Because the more we know of goodness, the more we grow in goodness, the more we are able to experience, receive, and know the infinite goodness of God. But what if we go the opposite direction? What if instead of developing the qualities of love, compassion, forgiveness, caring, we do just the opposite? We head in the opposite direction. When we become, instead of being heavy in these qualities on the day of judgment, we become extremely light in these qualities when we enter in the next life. So instead of becoming loving, we become hateful, compassionate, miserly, forgiving, vengeful, caring, whatever, mean, justice, cruel, truth, liar, protective, destructive, and so forth. What if we go in the opposite direction and become primarily those? Well, then we are just, as the Quran says, destroying yourself. Because if you're bankrupt of those, then growth in this will be the only thing that matters as you go into the next life. You bring nothing else with you but what you really are. And if you have not developed this, then you're going to suffer severely because you cannot experience any of the beauty that awaits you in the next life. You'll experience just the opposite. As the Quran compares growth in this life, our physical growth in the womb, to our spiritual growth in this life. And if you think about it, when a creature grows in the mother's womb, it's a primarily physical growth. When it comes into this life, when it is born, you see the effects of that growth concretely right before you. When a child enters this world, the growth it went through in a womb, its physical growth, is manifested before you in that creature's being. But what the Quran seems to suggest is that when we are the type of spiritual growth we obtain in this life, when we go into the next life, it too will be manifested in exactly what we are. And so to go in this next life bankrupt of these is like coming into this life bankrupt, bereft of every physical quality you need to experience some peace, some joy, some comfort in this life. So if you are bereft of these, it would be like coming into this life without any skin to protect you from the cold or the heat, with your nerves exposed and all you know is pain, the inability to breathe and you're gasping for air. I'm not trying to scare any of you, I'm just presenting an analogy. Choking for your breath, blind, you cannot see. And the Quran says the spiritually blind in this life will come out blind in the next life to reality. So to not grow in these, to grow in the opposite, to become basically evil, is, according to the Quran, self-destruction. And so when the Quran speaks of sin, it frequently says, you don't sin primarily against God. You don't even primarily sin against your victims. The Quran says the sinner primarily commits sin against themselves. They destroy themselves, the Quran says. And it says God gives you at least when He exposes you to the Quran, gives you every possible warning about that. And then it says, and still they turn their backs. Let's see, what else do I want to say? I guess I said enough. It's 9:45, you're almost exhausted. And plus, I'm sure you want to see KU hopefully win their basketball game, University of Kansas. So I'll sort of end it there. And like I said, I'm trying to summarize 100 pages in just 2 hours. But I appreciate you coming and listening for all of 2 hours. And I wish you all the best. And thank you so much, you kind Purdue people.
Like 15 minutes of questions tonight, or just simply say all questions for tonight?
I'll take 15. 15. Yeah.
We're going to have this opportunity for about 15 15 minutes of questions. If anyone would like to just raise their hand. And then tomorrow, there'll probably be a lot more time for question and answer. The speech will be shorter tomorrow, and that's what we expect anyway. So,
It's only a 20-minute speech tomorrow.
if you have some questions, please raise your hand. Yes?
Yes, question. In reading some of the Quran, which I have read objectively myself, I see some very objective things you put down, love, compassion, forgiveness, etc. When I read about, let's say, a Muslim taking the Hajj to Mecca, it seems very ritualized. It seems a lot of other theological things, which is kind of attuned to types of things that Catholicism would have, a lot of types of ritual and things like that. Could you please comment on, from the point of view of the rationalists, after you had encountered the very rational basis upon which
Yes.
Islam is based, how did you comprehend that type of emphasis on ritual, specifically the Hajj?
Could I answer that just in general about ritual? The more I prayed, the more powerful those prayers became spiritually. You know, the idea is that the more you develop these qualities in yourself, the more you will experience God's being in this life and the next. And the primary way the believer, and one of the primary ways the believer experiences God's presence or God's being is through ritual. So that when a person grows in these, they suddenly find that in their prayers, they become more and more powerful spiritually. Are you following me? So that they feel God's presence, they feel a warmth, a power, a mercy coming over them. So it's seen, and same with the other rituals. The more they grow in this, following this program, the more they grow in this, the more powerful and more beautiful the rituals become. The idea in the Quran is that God's gifts, I'm just thinking out loud here, that God's gifts to humanity are tremendous, beyond count, it says. But if you think about it, in every relationship, both people engaged in this relationship have to have something to give to that relationship. Or it's not a relationship, not a healthy relationship. In a healthy relationship, both people involved in the relationship must have something to give. Ritual gives the believers a way to give back to God, to share with God with what in reality is already His. For example, I'll give you an analogy. 2 days ago, my daughters came to me, Sarah and Fatima. They said, "Daddy, can we have $10 a piece?" I said, "Why?" "Because we want to buy you a present." I gave them of course I gave them the $10. You know? And they went to the store and bought me a present. Now, I didn't need their gift. I didn't need it. It's mine already, the $10. It did nothing for me materially. It did nothing for me concretely. But I loved the love behind it. And I know that it brings me and them closer together. In the same way, there's nothing that we could give back to God that is not, or give to God that is not in reality His. But what the rituals allow the believer to do is to give to God what really is in reality His. And as the Quran shows, God does not need what we give. But it also shows He loves the intention behind it, and He knows it brings us closer together. And so when the Muslim, or the believer, grows in these, and devotes himself in ritual to God, gives to God, what in reality seems worthless to God. I mean, He's God. Nonetheless, he is being brought closer to God through that giving. And he feels God's love in that ritual, and he experiences it, and he feels himself giving that love back to God. So it becomes a very powerful experience that grows in intensity as a person grows in these. And so you'll find people who are very devout, very good, who engage in ritual. They report having really intense, beautiful experiences in them. Not all the time, and usually unanticipated. They don't plan them, but they experience them nonetheless. And also it helps discipline and refine your spirituality. But that's a whole other issue. But I chose to answer it from that perspective. Is that okay? Thanks for the question. Great question. Yes?
Yeah, I have read your book, Struggling to Surrender.
Oh.
And I have read other mathematicians talking about agnostic belief and atheism. And they come out to be very successful and very prolific believers later on.
Yes.
Is there a connection or a correlation between being an atheist in the earlier stage of life and being a very devout Muslim or a believer and being a contributing member to the belief of submission, particularly read Bertrand Russell and
Yes. Yeah.
although they didn't pronounce themselves as Muslims, but evidence suggested that they are not very far from it. What's your speculation?
Yeah. Somebody asked me to reiterate your question for the camera. I'm trying to remember. Let's see. So you said I was an atheist, yes. Sort of a rationalist. And then I became a Muslim. And is there a connection, you think, between the interval of atheism that I went through for 12 years, and has that played an integral part in making me a believer, actually? It seems like you're saying. And in whatever I've contributed, and I think it's minor, to this, to the religious dialogue in this community. Am I right?
I believe that there is a connection because most of the mathematicians in the early stage have been very devout agnostics and atheists.
Yes.
They propounded the belief that, well, I found God and
Yes.
I'm changing our belief.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that, I think there's all types of believers, but I think that, I think the experience of atheism, and questioning, the religion you're taught and the ideas that you're surrounded with, etc., that experience of doubt, even if it turns to atheism, could turn out to be a very positive thing if through that doubt you discover belief and discover God. Are you following me? So, one famous Muslim religious thinker, Al-Ghazali, used to say that you can't achieve a very high level of belief unless you allow yourself to doubt first, unless you've doubted first. I don't know if that's not necessarily true or not. I don't think my mom ever doubted, but it definitely, she attained a very high level of belief in God. But I think that, the atheist perspective, can provide a very important perspective in the religious dialogue. You know what I mean? Because most people really do have doubts about faith, but have doubts, but they sort of suppress them or whatnot. But after a while, sometimes it eats at them. So I think when an atheist becomes a religion who has faced a lot of doubts, has gone to the extreme, to the point where he's taken his doubts to the point where he rejects the existence of God. If that person could make their way back, that journey has to be a valuable experience to share with others. It's got to be helpful for other people to hear it. I think it must be, or I wouldn't be up here today, wasting all of your time. I think most people come to listen to these because they have doubts themselves, and they want to know, how could somebody who has rationally been led to the denial of God come back to the rational acceptance of the existence of God? I know I didn't do a good job of handling your question, but okay. Yes. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
One says that we should believe that destiny exists and God knows that, and before even we were born, God knows the loving compassion for me.
Yes.
So why do we have Why do we do this? Why doesn't God let us tell him?
Are you talking about predestination? Are you talking about predestination or destiny? See, there's a difference, because the Quran doesn't say that God predestines anything. You know, the Quran says that God's knowledge is all-encompassing. But since God, according to the Quran, transcends his creation, it'd be foolish to talk about him predestining. Are you following me? See, when I use the word predestined, I'm talking about destining the future. I'm talking about I'm in the future, I'm in the present, looking forward to the future, and I am determining the future. Are you following me? So when you use the word predestined, you know, the minute you apply the word predestined to God, you are putting God in this space-time environment, or at least time environment, one of our dimensions. Are you following me? But the Quran says that God transcends time and transcends space. You would never, even the most rabid atheist wouldn't say, Jeff, if God was on a bus from Indianapolis to Chicago, and he would never start a question that way, because he knows I would not accept the idea that God could be confined to a particular place. In the same way, no one should say, if God is now in the present, looking forward to the future and determining things in advance, you immediately started with a premise that the Quran does not accept. Are you with me? So the wrong word is predestined. You know, the Quran says that nothing happens unless God allows it to happen, unless God permits it to happen. But the same Quran shows that he permits us to make choices. He permits us, empowers us to make choices and to carry them out to their expected conclusions. God has complete control over the whole human experience. He could stop it in an instant, but he doesn't. It even says in one verse in the Quran, if I wanted you to go out to that field and die in that field, I could have made you do that. And you would have gone right to the place I wanted you to die, and you would have fallen dead right there. But he doesn't. Those people he addresses in that verse, he gave them a choice, and they chose to do otherwise. So the point I'm trying to make is when a Muslim says that God measures, that's the word in the Quran, qadra, measures all things. You know, that means that he has total control over this creation, that nothing occurs without him allowing it. But it doesn't say that he predestines it. Because the very word predestined contradicts the Quran's concept of God's transcendence of time and space. And it clearly indicates it. Because it says in the Quran that even though various events in history that we see as taking place over a long period of time, for God, it is a single instant. He just says, be, and it is. But to us, it seems like it's taking place, throughout this sometimes thousands of years. But for God, it's all one, a single blink of an instant, a single, infinite, eternal moment outside of time. I think I talked enough about it. I don't want to bore you. Yes?
What I mean is God knows what we're going to tell him.
Yes. Yeah, but that's unimportant because you're talking about knowing outside of time. See, the Quran presents life as more like it uses a symbol, like a book. We're living this book right now, right? So we are living this book right now, and we are turning the pages as we live it. God reads the whole book all at once. He's outside of time, okay? He reads the whole book at once. He sees all the pages at one single moment, but we live them throughout time because we're stuck in time. Tomorrow, I cannot jump to tomorrow, nor can I go back suddenly 50 years. I am lodged in time. I am fixed in time. Tomorrow, an hour from now, I will be at an hour from now. 2 hours from now, I will be at an hour from now. Because I am limited by space and by time. But just as God could see all space at once, here's space. I'm sure this diagram helps. There's space. God transcends space. He sees it all at once. I am on my way to Chicago. I don't know that there is a cow in the road. I am driving this way. If I keep on driving, I will eventually run into that cow. God sees it all at once. All space is encompassed by his vision. As the Quran says, all is encompassed by his vision. But we are, a little bit mobile with respect to space, so we could sort of understand that concept. Here is time. God transcends time. He sees it all at once. I know it's hard for us to conceive because we're stuck in time. Much more limited in time as we are with respect to space. And we make decisions in time and etc. And God's knowledge encompasses all of it. As hard as that is for us to believe. But that doesn't contradict the fact that he lets us make choices, answers our prayers, guides us, etc., etc. So there you are. Yes, sure. He sees the day of judgment. He knows it all. He knows exactly the beginning and the end. But he doesn't make us make choices. He doesn't predestine our destiny. It doesn't even say that in the Quran. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I had a quick question about that. When you were talking about how in the beginning the angel asked God, you're going to put this creature on earth that sheds blood and
Spreads corruption.
Spreads corruption. Okay. My question was, how did they have anything? That was the first man. How did they have any reference?
Oh, his question was, when God said, I'm about to put a vicegerent on earth, a representative on earth, the angel said, will you put therein one who will spread corruption and shed much blood? Will we celebrate your praises and glorify your holiness? He said, how did the angels know that what kind of creature man was going to be? Different Muslim scholars tried to approach that question and stumbled through it. And they took it as part of the problem, I think, is because they took an allegory as history. Are you following me? If it's an allegory, the question is, it's an allegory to teach us, not to tell us the origins of Homo sapiens, but to teach us about human nature and the meaning of our life. So in my approach, I know how other people have stumbled through that, but I'm not gonna advocate their view because I feel quite strongly that that's an allegory for many reasons. For example, in one verse in the Quran says, we created you in your mother's womb, we shaped you in your mother's womb. So we made you in your mother's, we created you. It goes through the stage of creation of a creature in its mother's womb. We conceived you, we gave you safe lodging, we shaped you in your mother's womb, and then we said to the angels, bow down to Adam. Are you following me? Here it's addressing humanity in the plural. We created you, shaped you in your mother's womb, humanity in the plural. And then we said, bow down to Adam. And then we told the angels, bow down to Adam. If we take that literally, that means the whole human race, or not all of us, but a huge amount of the human race existed, right? You and I. And then the angels were commanded to bow down to Adam. I think that's an indication that these verses are not telling you to be taken literally as history, especially in reference to Adam. Adam, it's an allegory to teach us about God and his relationship to man. That's the way I approach it. If people want to approach it as history, I have no problem with that. Just allow me the right to allow God the right to, what? To allow God the right to reveal truths that as he will, without having to force historical interpretations on verses that may be allegorical. Because the Quran does say that God uses allegory. It says there are verses that are plain, clear, and they are the fundamental part of that book, the Quran, and there are verses that are allegorical. What's the Arabic word? Mutashabih, or something like that? Yeah, mutashabih. Allegorical, symbolic, likenesses. The Quran says there are both. And it says people who have diseases in their hearts, like sickness in their mind, they go after the part that's allegorical, seeking to impose a final meaning on it. A concrete meaning. While the believers say, it's the truth. It is all from God. You know? So when I come across a verse like that, I am open to the possibility that it's an allegory, because the Quran says it uses it, and I'm not going to try to impose some final concrete interpretation on it. Are you following me? I'm open to the meanings that it raises, but I'm not going to be overly sort of literalistic in approaching verses that talk about something, you know, that's very deep, the nature of the human relationship with God, that is outside the normal course of human interaction. You know what I mean? So, you know, some people don't like it, but I'm a mathematician, a scientist. I gotta approach it that way.
I think we're going to go ahead and stop for tonight.
Oh.
Everybody rest.
Okay. I'm sorry I couldn't answer more of your questions, but, you know, I took too long tonight. I'm sorry about that.
We'll need some time tomorrow. Just to reiterate, a couple of things. One is there is another lecture tomorrow night, Saturday night, same time, same place, 7:30 p.m. There will be more time for question and answer. We have a couple sheets up here. If anybody's interested in eventually maybe obtaining a video cassette of this lecture, if you like it, and you want to get one, Professor Wayne has already come close.
Nice question.
If you don't know where to get them, and you'd like to put a
Thanks.
name here, I can tell you your email or something. And there's also some copies of the Quran if you want a copy to read. And I think that's about it. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Muslim discussion group for inviting me. It was a great stay here in Lafayette, or West Lafayette, these last 2 days. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning, hopefully, God willing, unless I die in the meantime or something. So I'd like to thank you all for coming and for your questions last night. Last night, like I said, I spoke about, it was really the central thing I wanted to speak about, which was that I was an atheist from the time I was 16 to the time I was 28. I had certain questions that burned inside me, certain issues that I could not reconcile with belief in God. Issues like, why does God allow suffering in the earth? Why doesn't he just pop us into heaven from the start? Why did he make us sinful and rebellious? Why did he not just create us like angels and put us into heaven so we could be with him and he could love us, all of us, instead of a fraction of us? You know, why would he give us reason if our reason very often and ultimately leads us to not have faith, sometimes conflict with faith? Why does he give us the ability to choose evil if he doesn't want us to commit evil? Why would a perfect God create such an imperfect world and put such an imperfect creature in it where it could work out his most imperfect inclinations? You know, these are some of the issues and the questions. And I had others as well. And when I read the Quran from cover to cover, by the time I was finished, I had no questions left. I got to the point where one by one, all these bricks, this edifice I had built that separated me from belief in God, that entire edifice fell one by one, brick by brick. And I saw that the Quran essentially showed me that the questions I raised were, in a sense, not legitimate. And that's what I talked about last night. It showed me that it presented an entirely different view of the purpose of life. It eradicated those questions I had. I'm not going to say that that proved to me that there was a God, but at least it left me with no argument against the existence of God. It was quite a jump from one to the other. It's one thing not to have an argument anymore against his existence. It's another thing to come to faith. But at least I tried to talk about that last night, how the Quran argued against my argument against the belief in God. I can't repeat that tonight. It will take 2 more hours, so I will not do that. But I would talk about other aspects of the Quran that also caught my attention. I mean, somewhere along the line, if you're going to give up a belief system, and for me, atheism was a belief system. It was, for me, a faith. Because no one, I wasn't sure there was not a God, but I believed that the idea of God was an impossibility, led to rational contradictions. But it was, for me, a faith. And if you're going to unseat a person's faith, you have to get that person to doubt. Because once that door of doubt is opened, and slowly but surely, it eats away at a person's faith like a cancer, and strips it away, and very often, then that person is open to change. And oftentimes when we think of doubt against belief in God, and we watch that happen with people. But in my case, just the reverse happened. The door of doubt was opened. And tonight I would like to talk about other things that caused me, aspects of the Quran that led me to question my atheism, that sort of opened that door of doubt. These issues are not as central as the ones I talked about yesterday, so they're not as maybe compelling, not as maybe powerful. But I wanted to discuss them nonetheless because I don't see them very much discussed by Muslim writers or non-Muslim writers. Does anyone have a watch I could borrow? Oh, well, there's this here. I could just keep turning around and looking at this. Sorry, don't need it. So I'll try to do this in not too long tonight. Let's see, it's 10 of 8. Promise not to go certainly beyond an hour. Then I'll answer your questions and let you leave early, because you looked really exhausted after last night. You looked like you could really use some Gatorade. Okay. Well, first thing I noticed, one of the first things I noticed when I read the Quran, so when I picked up the Quran, I was expecting to read a scripture. Of course, in my mind, a scripture was essentially a history of a people or a biography of a person. And that's what I was expecting to read when I opened the Quran. And lo and behold, to my amazement, it was neither. It was not a history, and it was not a biography of a person. It was presented as a direct revelation from God to the reader, and it addresses the reader personally. And it's clear that the author intends for you to believe that that's God addressing you. Whether you accept that or not, Muslims certainly accept it, others may not. But that is definitely the perspective of the Quran. And the Quran, in its revelation, weaves together different aspects of life. It presents the stories of humanity. It presents instruction, or what you would like to say, law. It presents arguments from natural phenomenon for the existence of God. It presents arguments from human nature. It presents arguments from reason and from logic, and maybe those dominate the Quran. But it weaves together all the various aspects of life, weaves them together to point to a single, what the Quran considers supreme fact, that your Lord, your God, is one. It doesn't separate these things I mentioned into separate chapters. Just as these things are interwoven throughout our lives, they are interwoven throughout the Quran. So the Quran was definitely not a history, but it does report stories about humanity, narratives, parables about human beings and human nature. And I would like to talk about that for a little bit, because for me that created something of a curiosity. Though the Quran contains stories, most of the stories in it are about prophets of old or pious persons of old, or sometimes it even involves people who led bad lives and ultimately went to their self-destruction. Although it contains these stories, an interesting aspect about it is it contains no chronology, no dates, no historical landmarks, nothing like that. And you have to realize that when I was reading the Quran, I was keeping my eye open for such types of things. I was looking for anachronisms. I was expecting that there would be some sort of historical contradictions. Because ultimately, you find those in every scripture. Not that I would thought it would mean very much. I was mostly interested in the purpose of life. I wasn't going to discard the scripture for that reason. And plus, my way of thinking about Revelation was not really at that time a sort of Muslim way of thinking about it, where Muslims believe that God is speaking through the Quran directly through Muhammad, the prophet, to humanity. a direct address. So that wouldn't have really discouraged me, but I kept my eye open nonetheless, just out of curiosity. And as I went through the Quran, I could find, first of all, nothing that would contradict history or a historical, that would be subject, I would say, to historical criticism. Because as I said, it has no historical reference points. It's not anchored in history. It has many stories in the Quran. Sometimes they begin in one surah, parts of it will be picked up in another surah. Is it hot in here tonight? It feels hot to me. Part of it will be picked up later on. But still, so it has a few continuous narratives, but many of these are not. But regardless of that fact, it's impossible to place these accounts in the Quran in history without consulting outside sources. So it gives the stories sort of a transcendent feel. Like it's easy to place yourself in the position of the characters in the stories because all the historical reference points, all the superficial details are stripped away, and the stories are told in such a way they just get to the moral or spiritual point. The interesting thing about it, though, is that if you look at the Quran, it's very often not clear if a story that's being told is being presented as history, whether it's being presented as a parable, a symbolic story, whether it's being presented as a very popular legend, which the Quran is recasting to teach the Arabs who, for them, these legends were everything that they used to recite at their annual trade fairs. Whether it's recasting them to bring out a moral point, because it's certainly referring to stories that they know well. It's not, and sometimes it's not clear whether even when it's telling a story, it's a merger of these. The author seems purposely ambiguous on the point. And last night I told you we got into a discussion about the story of Adam. Is that relating to the historical origins of Homo sapiens? Or is it an allegory? And some Quranic scholars thought it was an allegory. Others thought it was, ancient scholars thought it was history. But the point is that, and there are internal details that lead you to believe one or the other, but for me at least, it wasn't clear. And the same could be said for so many of the accounts in the Quran. The story of Luqman, for example. Again, it was difficult, not Luqman, Dhul Qarnayn, the prophet conqueror, who conquered from the west to the very east of this planet. Journeyed west to the farthest point, east to the farthest point. The prophet conqueror. The Muslims have never been able to really identify him with any historical personality. Some identified him with Alexander the Great, but we all know Alexander the Great was a polytheist. It's a historical fact, and Dhul Qarnayn is presented as a strict monotheist. So the point was the Quran recasting a famous legend that the people understood to teach them a moral, ethical point and spiritual point, teach them moral, spiritual lessons, or was it history? I'm not arguing with anybody how you relate to this. I'm just saying for me, it was not clear. And it seemed to me that the author was being purposely ambiguous at that point. By not including explicit temporal references, it seemed that he was not seemed like he was avoiding, contradicting the beliefs, the assumptions of his initial audience for whom history, legend, poem, etc. were interwoven and merged, and at the same time avoiding conflicting with the reason and thinking of a people of a much later time who were very critical about such distinctions. Whatever the case may be, as much as I wanted to find some way to historically criticize the Quran, from a rational standpoint, I could find no rational justification. There just wasn't enough there to criticize it from a historical standpoint. And that intrigued me because I thought, why? If this man was the author, the man whom I assumed it was, Muhammad, why would he omit historical reference points? Purposely, because it's done throughout the entire Quran. Why would he omit them? Certainly when the Arabs told these stories, and it was clear from the Quran that they were familiar with many of them, at least somewhat, they had such historical reference points. Certainly they wouldn't have minded if they were included. They didn't have it in their mentality at that point to resort to historical criticism. Why would he avoid that? Why would he avoid it throughout the Quran? It started to open up a question for me. This author almost seemed to have an eye to the future when he wrote the Quran, whom I assumed was Muhammad, and I thought as he wrote the Quran. It was just a question. Also, I looked towards the sort of references to nature, natural phenomenon in the Quran, keeping an eye open there for inconsistencies, false, erroneous notions. Because back in the 7th century, there were many false, erroneous notions about how nature works. And, excuse me, there were many such false, erroneous notions. And I would assume that they would be in the scripture, some of them. Because if you look at the ancient scriptures of other peoples, you'll inevitably find some. I'm not putting them down. I'm not making any judgment about other scriptures. It was just something I expected to see. But when I read the Quran and read what it had to say about the nature and its workings and natural phenomenon, I could find no erroneous notions that conflicted with what we now know, what modern science has taught us. And so oftentimes, as I read through that, I would discover verses that referred to natural phenomenon that had a certain intriguing style about it. For example, there's a verse that goes, have not the unbelievers seen that the heavens and the earth were at one time one, and we exploded them apart, and that every living thing is made from water. And when I read that verse, I said, what is the author referring to here? This is a guy in the 7th century. That is a peculiar statement to make that long ago. Have not the unbelievers seen? Have not the unbelievers seen? Why does he say the unbelievers? Why didn't he say the believers? Have not the unbelievers seen that the heavens and the earth were at one time one, and we exploded them apart, and that every living creature is made from water? Is he referring to the fact that most human beings, every living cell is at least 70% water? I had no idea what he was referring to, but it was an intriguing statement. The heavens and the earth were at one times one, and it was exploding apart, making allusion to what? The Big Bang? Impossible, of course, I thought, impossible. But still, it was an extremely intriguing reference. He talks in the Quran how the earth and the sun and the moon each swim through their courses in a circle, in a circular motion. What? Who in the 7th century believed the sun traveled in a circle or the earth traveled in a circle? It was a strange statement to make, I thought, way back then. And there were many such statements. It says in the Quran, in the heavens and the earth. No, it says, in the heavens, we are expanding it. In the heavens, we are expanding it? What do you mean you're stretching the heavens? You're expanding the heavens. Of course, today we know about the expansion of the universe, and I wasn't assuming that that's what it was saying. But there were just statements in the Quran that had a sort of uncanny resemblance to things that we've come to know or believe in. I wasn't insisting to myself, I wasn't a Muslim at the time, not insisting to myself that was what it was referring to. But it definitely piqued my curiosity. But more importantly, as I read through the Quran, I couldn't find any such reference to natural phenomena that conflicted with what we now believe scientifically. Once again, though, the statements, they're not explicit enough to fully elaborate a scientific theory. So even though it's the initial audience of the Quran may have turned their head at it and thought, what does this verse mean? Still, it wasn't something that conflicted with what they believed. But at the same time, for a person living in the 20th century, he reads that, it doesn't conflict with what he believes either, and it piques his interest. It seemed that the so-called signs from nature in the Quran kind of fulfilled a role similar to what the stories did for the ancient audience. It drew their attention, captured their imagination, piqued their interest, without violating anything they held sacred, that they were firmly convinced of. In the same way, these references to nature did the same for us, or did the same for me, I should say, and without conflicting what I firmly believe. So I thought, this author is something of a genius. Because I tried to imagine how he did this. How did he go about doing this? He was so clever, I thought, that when he related historical references, he must have thought that could be potential conflicts when he related them with what people would later find out. So therefore, he removed all historical reference points. But on the other hand, when he does relate these historical reference points, he does provide certain kinds of details that he uses them in such a way that he's making very profound and powerful moral and spiritual points. Now, how did he do with these science things? I don't know. He started making these certain scientific statements that would definitely pique people's notions, but somehow he was able to do it in such a delicate and intricate and ambiguous way, so that he was able to do it in such a way that it would pique people's interest without conflicting with anybody's scientific knowledge. I thought, this author is a genius beyond any I could ever possibly imagine. Because not only that, he wrote a scripture that is so powerful that it forces you almost, or it forced me, to engage in conversation with it. Its literary power was tremendous. When I read the stories in the Quran, they're powerful, they're beautiful, they move with a rapid pace. It's like watching one of those exciting, because I often don't find these exciting, television soap operas, except in verbal form. Because when you watch these television soap operas at night, suddenly you see a scene, a conversation begins here, and then they shift immediately to another scene that sort of relates this scene to that scene with no break in continuity of thought. When I read through the Quran, the stories were just so powerful. The literature, the economy of expression was so great. I'll just give you a quick example. When I read the story of Yusuf, for example, you read that story, you shift from one scene to the other without breaking the continuity of thought, and verse by verse by verse, you're going from one scene to another. So here you have Yusuf talking to his cellmates. The next verse, one of the cellmates is carrying the conversation to the ruler. The next verse, the ruler tells the cellmate, tells this guy to go find this man who gave you this information. Then the very next scene, you're in prison, and he's talking to him. And all along, each verse by verse is carrying on a conversation that's perfectly continuous, even though the scene is shifting from one place to the next, to the next, to the next. So verbally, you have this transition of place going on in your mind. And just like in modern television, it captures your imagination because of the scene shifts. You notice nowadays, in television, they talk about 4 seconds about this scene and then 4 seconds about this scene. They don't let any scene last too long because they know people's minds wander. They look too long at the same scene. Brilliant literary style. I thought this author was extremely brilliant in his style, in the way he used the natural signs, in the way he told these stories, in the way he was able to present all this without conflicting, without opening himself up to historical or scientific criticism. I thought it was amazing. I thought he was brilliant. I thought he must have known human psychology very well and human nature, the way he was able to lure you into conversation with the Quran. Many of those signs in the Quran mystified Muslim commentators in the first few centuries. Those signs from nature. When they wrote about them, they would come up with the most crazy theories about what the verse was referring to, because their knowledge was limited at that time, and they had no idea what it was referring to. There's a verse in the Quran that talks about how God has planted mountains on the earth so it doesn't shake with you too much. One Muslim scholar famous Muslim scholar, wrote that that's because the earth sits on top of a huge body of water and there's a gigantic whale underneath that is supporting the earth. And when the whale shifts, the earth shakes. So the mountains sort of prevent the whale from shaking. I mean, this was, to him, science. That shows you how far people back then were from even getting a grasp on some of these signs. How erroneous were some of their notions back in those days. So you would suspect when you read the scripture, you would see some of that filtering into the scripture, but it did not. And I thought that was amazing. I thought the man definitely transcended, because I thought the author was a man, definitely transcended his time and place. I mentioned yesterday that the Quran states explicitly many times that it uses symbolism to make its point, that there are verses that are plain and that there are verses that are symbolic. Especially when you come upon references, I mean, this happened to me a few times. I'd come upon a reference referring to the day of judgment or the hereafter or heaven and hell that seemed too concrete, too suited to the mentality of the people at that time. And I gave some examples of it yesterday. And right after I came upon the first such reference, the Quran would say, and God is not shy of using any parable, even that of a gnat. It's not shy from using symbolism. Just when I found a reference that sort of conflicted with my reason, when it talked about the hereafter, in the very next verse, before I dismissed this Quran, the next verse says, but God does not shy away from using symbolism. And that type of thing would happen several times as I read through the Quran. Essentially, I could not really find anything in a Quran that could definitively conflict with the way I thought. And then I would come upon a verse in the Quran that would say something like this. Have they not reflected on this Quran? Surely if it is from other than God, they would find in it many a contradiction. If they not reflected on this Quran, surely if it was from other than God, they would find in it many a contradiction. Here I am reading through the Quran, keeping my eye open for such contradictions, and I come across something like that. It would seem time and time again like the author was reading my mind, understanding what I was going through, and just sort of pointing me and responding to my thinking. Well, I can't review for you my entire experience of reading the Quran, but I'll just very quickly try to summarize my reactions to some of these things. I mean, when I first started reading the Quran, I very early got intrigued with who the author was, and I thought I'd better study about this man, Muhammad, who the Western translator said was the author of the Quran. The translator was a non-Muslim. And from what I read from Western Orientalists, Western writers of the Quran, and they noted a curious thing, that the Arabian Peninsula during the time of the Prophet was no cradle of learning or philosophy. It was one of the most backward areas of the world. It was a Bedouin tribal society. And if you read the Quran, it's very clear that it was very much a primitive tribal society. Just read the way the Quran talks to the Bedouin, its audience, the type of issues it responds to, the mentality that it deals with. It's very clear that the initial audience is quite primitive. Women used to walk around with their chests exposed. They killed their children. They committed female infanticide. Sexual promiscuity, licentiousness was everywhere. Marriage meant practically nothing. Husbands would leave their premises, their wives would bring in other men because they were afraid that in those dangerous times that their husbands could be dead, would never come back alive. And so they sought protection in the arms of another man. The tribes, Arabia knew no government. They were torn into ribbons by internal tribal strife. They were just a very primitive, backward society. They had no great works of literature. No works of literature. They left no literary, they left no literature behind. the ancient Arabs did before Islam. No great works of literature, no great works of literature, period. No great architecture. No great art. No music. Nothing. They left no trace of what we call civilization. They knew no Greek mathematics, no science, had no great odes, that hand down to posterity. To this day, nothing before that era has survived. It was culturally, it was a barren wasteland. Like a lot of primitive tribal peoples. Like a lot of primitive tribal peoples that even have existed almost up until recent times. They just had no great history, no great historical, cultural refinement or development. They're an extremely primitive people. All the scholars would agree upon, everybody who has studied that civilization agrees on at least that much. And it's easy because they left nothing behind. It's impossible to cover up completely historical and cultural development if it did take place. But they left no signs of that behind them, and it's not recorded. Their only art form was poetry, handed down orally. From one, handed down and spoken orally. They didn't even record it in writing. But that was their favorite art form and their major entertainment. Well, the reason why I mention all that is because when you look at the Quran, it is, no matter what you think, no matter how you read it, it's a very sophisticated work. It's a very sophisticated scripture. In a lot of ways I just mentioned, and I tried to convey at least the things about it that impressed me. But if you look at all the great scriptures of the world that have come to us, you notice that they've all come to us through highly developed cultures. They emerge from highly developed cultures. The Hellenistic culture in the case of the New Testament. The Hindu scriptures came out of the great Hindu civilization, which was highly refined and highly developed in its time. The Chinese scriptures came out of the great Chinese civilizations. Civilizations that showed strong and powerful cultural development and refinement that took place over many, many years. But when you look at this scripture, this emerged from one of the most primitive, tribal peoples in the history of mankind. It came out of a cultural, civilizational desert. And that to me just seemed extremely strange. How can something so beautiful, so powerful in its logic, so powerful in its having such literary power, being so profound in its philosophy and its thinking, so advanced in its thinking, how could something so powerful, so advanced, so ingenious come out of these primitive confines of the Arabian Peninsula? To me, that such a work should emerge from such an environment, to me, was like finding a rose bush in the most desolate area of the empty quarter of the Arabian Peninsula, just suddenly blooming out of nowhere. It caused me to wonder, what kind of author was this that wrote the Quran? I found the Quran's stress on reason radical. To this day, I don't know of any other religion that put so much stress on reason. I don't know of any religious scholars in any other religion that insist that reason and faith work hand in hand, and that reason is essential to faith. To me, that seemed like a radical notion. The author of the Quran was way ahead of his time. It was clear that the author, if it was Muhammad, he had no, at least according to the Western scholars of it, he had no formal education. No formal education. Then how could this man transcend his time and place so greatly? I mean, if you look at other great geniuses like Einstein and his development of the theory of relativity, his development of the theory of relativity was preceded by centuries and centuries of scientific advancement. The whole science of physics was moving in that direction. If Einstein hadn't found that theory, somebody else would have soon after. You have Andre Wile's great proof of Fermat's last theorem, another ingenious effort. But it was preceded by centuries and centuries of development in mathematics and work on that specific problem. You really can't say that his effort was a singular effort. And Shakespeare and Van Gogh and Mozart, they were truly great, but they did not transcend their time so phenomenally, their environment so phenomenally. Yeah. There were other great musicians, other great writers, other great painters that helped to develop an atmosphere where you could expect such a production. But you have to remember that, the Quran, it was like it came out of the Amazon, one of the most primitive tribes in the Amazon. The Arabs are not a sophisticated people. On the other hand, not only did I think that if Muhammad were the author of the Quran, he would have to have been one of the greatest geniuses, maybe the greatest genius in the history of humanity. But I realized also that if Muhammad were the author of the Quran, then he was an extremely devout and altruistic person. Because the Quran does nothing else but invite people to the worship of one God and to live a good life, a just life, a caring life, a merciful life. It instructs the readers of the Quran to be devout to God and to work incessantly for the betterment of their fellow man. So the message that he preached was purely monotheistic and purely humanitarian. And it showed a deep caring for fellow man, and it showed a deep devotion to God. Also, I thought if Muhammad were the author of the Quran, then he was extremely, extremely humble. Because when you read the Quran, he completely almost effaces himself from the scripture. He says, the Quran says about the prophet that he is only a man, that he has no supernatural powers, that his only task is to deliver the message, to only be a warner. Not only that, the Quran even criticizes him, sometimes severely in places. Points out errors he's making, errors in judgment. Criticizes him in very severe terms. Like, let me just give you a quick example here. One of my favorites, if I could find it. Okay. Yes, here it goes. It said, this is a surah that was revealed, just to set it up for you. The prophet, peace be upon him, apparently was talking to two Meccan chiefs, powerful men in the Meccan society of that time. And a blind man approached him and wanted to ask him about the revelation, or a piece of the scripture that he had revealed, a part of the scripture he had revealed. But he was so intent on talking to these two individuals that he frowned and tried to ignore the blind man that approached him. And this verse in the Quran, this passage in the Quran responds to that. It says, he frowned and turned away because the blind man approached him. And what would inform you but that the blind man, might grow in faith, or take heed, and so take heed of the reminder, and it might help him. As for him who thinks himself independent, unto him you give your full attention. Yet it is not a concern of you if that person grows. But as for him who comes unto you with an earnest heart and has God consciousness, from him you are distracted. But no, this is surely an admonishment for all mankind. So let whosoever will pay heed to it. Criticizes him very severely. And there are several such instances in the Quran. He must have been totally humble and self-effacing. Not only that, as I read through the Quran, I find verses that in the early stages, where the Quran is coming to support a man who's apparently wondering about this revelational experience he's having and wondering if he's losing his mind. Because several times the Quran says to him things like, you are not by the grace of your Lord mad or possessed. You are clearly on a straight path. In another verse, it tells him that you are not losing your mind. In another verse it says, by the glorious morning light, and the night when it is still in dark, your guardian Lord has not forsaken you, nor is he displeased. And soon he will grant you, and you will be well pleased. And so forth and so on. It was recited when the gentleman began the Quran today. I mean, here we see the Quran telling him in places, encouraging him in its very early stages, when it's first being revealed to him, telling him, no, you're not mad. You're not going crazy here. This is no less than a revelation from on high. And that you are on a straight way. And it seemed to me that if I was going to forge a scripture, that's the last type of thing I would put in it. I mean, what kind of personality would do this? Suddenly include verses where the Quran is coming to him and assuring him that he is not losing his mind. I mean, if I was going to forge a scripture, I would make it seem like I'm perfectly confident about this message that I'm receiving. But if I was sincere, this is what I would expect. If I was having this powerful revelational experience, something like I never had ever known before in my life, I'd probably think I was losing my mind when I first had it. In any case, it did seem to show a tremendous sincerity, a love of God, and a tremendous compassion for humanity. And like I said, on the other hand, he says he's only a man. He's here to deliver the message. He has no supernatural powers, the Quran says. He, like everyone else, must pray for guidance and forgiveness, criticizes it, corrects him. On the one hand, he seemed like a man who must be utterly sincere and extremely devoted to God. But on the other hand, I could not ignore the fact that if he were the author of the Quran, at the same time, he had to be the greatest liar in history, because he concocted the most audacious hoax ever, because he claimed that he was receiving direct revelation from God. And so the two pictures just didn't match. And on one hand, we have this man who seems utterly sincere, inviting people to nothing else but goodness, inviting people to nothing else but the worship of one God, and he's doing it in an ingenious way with a powerful scripture that certainly transcends his environment. He's doing all this, and on the other hand, the whole thing is a lie. This is why Thomas Carlyle, the famous Orientalist in the beginning of the century, gave that revolutionary speech where he said, if you read the Quran, you're left to, he was an Orientalist. He said, if you read the Quran, one thing you have to conclude is that Muhammad was utterly sincere in believing that these revelations were from none other than God. And that was just something I had a difficult time dealing with. I thought maybe that the author had multiple personalities. Maybe on the one hand, he thought God was speaking to him, but on the other hand, he wasn't. So at one time, he assumed the God personality, and it was criticizing him or assuring him, and at other times he would assume. But clearly, the Quran is not the work of a fragmented personality. It was too ingenious, too profound, too coherent, too rational. No, couldn't have been that. In the same way, I thought it couldn't be the work of several individuals, and I toyed with that concept for a while. Because if the Quran was the work of several individuals, you would see several different viewpoints in the text. It's not hard to do. And you can see that in most scriptures you look at. But the personality behind the Quran was definitely one. Towards the end of my reading of the Quran, I fell on the subject of, not the subject of, but a book of hadith, sayings of the Prophet outside of what is revealed in the Quran, the personal recollections of his followers of sayings and teachings he made. And when I read the hadith, his reported sayings, apart from the Quran, when I read them, the two personalities you see in the hadith literature and the personality behind the Quran are clearly and indisputably distinct. I defy any of you to get out the hadith literature and go through it and read the thousands of sayings that have been attributed to the Prophet and compare it to the personality in the Quran and there was just no comparison. They're definitely two distinct personalities. Or at least it seemed that way to me. So if the prophet were the author of the Quran, I assumed that he was the greatest human anomaly. Or the true author somehow entirely escaped the view of history. So in any case, so I had gotten through the Quran. I'd gotten to the stage where I had all these rational objections to belief in God, and I spoke about these last night. And by the time I was done reading it, I no longer had them. I had this dilemma of trying to figure out how this author of the Quran faced this picture, fit this picture. I had a hard time doing that. And I was all done reading the Quran, had these questions about authorship, and I went over to my friend Mahmoud Kandil's house one night, and he invited me over for dinner. And his sister let me in, and she told me to sit on the couch while Mahmoud came out, because he was in the shower. And while I was sitting there, I was listening to a tape. And Mahmoud had a tape on the stereo. And Mahmoud, he used to love music. Rock and roll, jazz, rhythm and blues, classical. He was a great music lover. But tonight on the tape, he had a tape of this music that was coming out of the Quran that had no musical accompaniment, no instrumental accompaniment. It was just a single voice. And it was, to me, it sounded like it was singing. And it was singing in the most strangest and in a very strange and haunting way. And it had a very strong and powerful cadence and rhyme. And it had a definite musical quality or rhythm to it, a natural inborn rhythm. And I was listening to it again and again and again, and I noticed that it would suddenly shift from one very strong, powerful rhythm and rhyme to a completely another one for a long while. And then it would shift again to another and another. It had a very haunting, powerful, strained, and intricate cadence, and a structure, and no musical accompaniment, and this powerful intonation with this powerful rhyme and this powerful inborn rhythm. And when Mahmoud came out, I asked him, Mahmoud, what is that music you're listening to? And he quickly flicked off the tape. And he told me, it's not music. And I said, well, then what is it? And he says, it's the Quran. Up until that point in my life, I had never heard the Quran. I had read in a translation, and I thought it was powerful and compelling and beautiful. I thought it was philosophically great, tremendously rational and coherent, deep and profound, but I had never heard it recited. When I heard it recited for the first time, I said to Mahmoud, is it all like that? Does it all have such a powerful, innate rhythm and this very intricate and powerful rhyme? And Mahmoud said, yes. And I said, is it poetry? And he said, no. I said, then what is it? He said, Arabic poetry has a very definitive style. This is not anything like Arabic poetry. Normally, when I used to have conversations with Mahmoud about his faith, I would usually keep on going and asking him more questions. But at that point, I asked him nothing else, because I just needed to sit there and try to piece all the pieces together. Because when you study literary works, poetry, for example, that has tremendous rhythm and tremendous rhyme and very strict structure, usually when you translate that into another language, it loses much of its power. The meaning becomes almost trite. But here we have something that has the most powerful, intricate, disciplined rhythm and rhyme throughout the entire Quran. And when you translate it into my language, it's still beautiful, powerful, compelling, rational, deep. I couldn't believe that the same thing I was reading could possibly be the same thing I heard in Arabic. Whose woods these are, I think I know. His house is in the village, though. You will not see me stopping here to watch his woods fill up with snow. You translate that into Arabic, I'm sure the Arabs in the audience are not going to think that's really great or profound. But it's a beautiful poem in English. It was in just sunny clime where I used to spend my time, a servant of Her Majesty the Queen. And of all that black-faced crew, the finest man I knew was a regimental Bisti Gungadeen, right? Famous poem, right? But if you translate that to another language, it'll lose much of its compelling beauty, much of its power. But this, the Quran, which had this powerful rhythm, systematic rhythm, this innate rhythm that makes it so easy to memorize even, that has this beautiful and powerful and compelling music and rhythm throughout it and rhyme that shifts and changes. It's not even consistent. One surah will be this way, another surah, maybe a long one, will start this way and then slowly glide into another and then slowly glide into another and then slowly glide into another. Most great poets, when they write in 2 or 3 meters in rhythms, and that's it. And all their poems are in one or the other. This one is shifting dramatically and intricately throughout the entire Quran. There might be 150, maybe 200 different meters and styles and rhythms and rhymes throughout the Quran. I thought, how can this author do this, coming from the environment that he did? How could he produce something this magnificent? Especially it's coming from a very primitive, simple, unrefined, backward, primitive society. I thought he either must have transcended his time and space like no other person in the history of the world, or, I don't know. I didn't know. Maybe there was a God. I wasn't really sure. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe my mom was right. Maybe there was a God. And that, through reading the entire Quran, and through these considerations, especially the ones I mentioned yesterday, but also just thinking about these issues as well, the doubt began to creep in. The more I thought about these things, the harder time I had reconciling my encounter with the Quran with my commitment to atheism. And I think I'll stop there because you guys must be tired. How did I do tonight? Did I take very long? Let's see, we started about here. 50 minutes. I'll stop there, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Like I said, I was just filling in some holes from yesterday. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Professor Lang. What we're going to do is we have a couple people who are going to kind of walk up and down the aisles. You're allowed to write a question if you don't want to come and stand in line over here. But if you don't mind asking a question, we would like people to come and line up over here for questions. Thank you very much. Mainly because of the videotape. This is going to the video feed. So
You do not have to ask any questions, by the way.
yeah, you don't have to ask.
No questions, it's fine. We could just go home. Yes, sir.
Just line up right here.
Do you play football?
No.
Basically, according to I'm not a Christian, I'm an agnostic, but according to the Christian faith, demons are smart. The devil's very intelligent. All the things that you say he could have done, therefore what you believe now could have been he basically could have made, and therefore he's now leading many people to hell.
Pardon, say that again? I didn't quite catch it.
According to the Christian faith,
The devil's very smart.
he's smart. Demons are, the devil is just incredibly smart and could
Yes.
do everything of what you said. Therefore, possibly this could have been his greatest work, and therefore many people are being led to hell.
Oh, but
I'm
you're
not a Christian though, but
you're an
I'm agnostic. But yes,
Can I just ask then, what's the motivation behind the question? I'm just curious. You fascinated me.
I'm just curious. I mean, how would you ask that?
What?
I mean,
No,
how do you
just-
answer that? Because you're obviously putting a supernatural element into it, and therefore, how do you know if that supernatural isn't coming from the
No,
divine?
I'm
or
just
the
curious
demonic?
why you would ask that from an agnostic perspective. It's okay. No, I don't mind. Yeah. The question is, just in case you haven't heard it, and I hope I phrased it correctly.
Yes.
According to the Christian faith, and this man is an agnostic, he's unsure of the existence of God, but he said according to the Christian faith, Satan is very smart,
Yes.
and he could do tremendous things,
Yes.
and he could produce great works. And so how do you know that Satan didn't produce this to
Deceive.
what?
To deceive and basically
To
lead-
deceive
and
people
lead men to hell.
and lead them away from God.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. Well, let me say this. If this was the work of Satan, although, in the Quran, Satan is stripped of much of his power. It says the guile of Satan is weak. So there's a different religious perspective here. Satan but whispers, and certain people follow them. He whispers into their heart. He's that source of temptation that they're exposed to, and he follows them. But he says in many places in the Quran, I had no power over you. He's really sort of stripped of the power. So he doesn't have the same tremendous power that he has in Christianity, for example. Yeah. But nonetheless, how do I know that this couldn't be the work of some great evil force that was trying to deceive people and to lead them away from the belief in God? Well, if Satan were so clever, and it was his design to produce this so it would lead them away from the belief of God and righteous living, then he failed miserably. Because there's 1 billion people around the world, even to this day, that through the Quran are devout believers in one God.
But therefore they don't believe in Jesus. Therefore his master scheme would have worked because now people are going to hell, which therefore Satan likes.
Well, maybe from the Christian perspective, but I'm just saying from an outside perspective. Okay. From an outside perspective, if Satan wanted to create something that would get people to do evil, then he failed miserably. Because this same scripture has gotten people to live righteous lives, to dedicate themselves to doing goodness, to give up drinking, to give up sexual licentiousness, to give up all the things he supposedly wants us to do. He's gotten people to give up murder, to give up killing, to give up violence, to give up theft, to give up stealing, to give up lying, to give up cheating, to love God, to love his prophets, to love Jesus, and on and on and on. If this was the work of a demon, then I would say that Satan was a very good guy.
Well, okay.
I'm talking from an outside perspective, not from any religious point of view. Are you following me? As an atheist, when I first read the Quran, you're asking me from the atheist perspective because I read it as an atheist. If this is the type of things that Satan is advocating, then he's a good person. That would have been my reaction.
Christian morality is similar too.
What?
Christian morality is very similar
Well, fine. So the Muslims do not discount that there's a lot of truth in Christianity, for example. Unlike other religions, the Quran, other people, let me say, unlike certain people, the Quran does not say that only Muslims will enter paradise someday. It says that people of other scriptures will too, people of other religions can too, provided that they're being sincere and that they are living according to what they truly know. Are you following me?
I get what you're saying. You're coming from a moral perspective.
Yeah.
I think the possibility still exists that when you're saying, if you're saying that you believe Satan is the American God, still the possibility exists that could be correct.
What could be correct?
That obviously that could be correct by others who do not think. That if you're going with supernatural with that.
Well, no, unless I feel, for me, you remember you're talking to me we're talking from, I hope we're talking, because I hope you're not saying, Jeff, put on the hat of a Christian and then approach this. But I hope you're just saying that from a, say, objective level. From an objective level, couldn't this possibly be the work of Satan? And like I said, that my response would be, then he is a very good being, because he wants us to do all these good things. The other thing I was going to say that if it, no, I guess I'll leave it at that. I ran out of gas. But what was the other thing? Oh, yeah. But if, Satan's only real concern is to get people to either to accept or not accept the belief in the divinity of Jesus, and that's his only real concern, then I would think that then God really is kind of cruel, and Satan is really not so bad, if that's his only real concern. Because, if I'm just down here on earth for no other purpose than to acknowledge the sonship of Jesus, and that's what all this strife and struggle and everything on this earth is about. That's the only reason I'm here. God put me here for no other purpose than to acknowledge that. Then I'm sorry, I can't see that even the necessity of all of this. No, that's coming from the atheist perspective.
Yeah, well, that's what,
Yeah, because it's incompatible with, it would be incompatible with how I would reason. Yeah, because then I would have to start asking that person questions. And I've been in these conversations many times. And as I start asking them questions, their reasoning for that position starts to fall apart. And the only thing they could tell me finally is that, well, I mean, it's a matter of faith. And that's what it inevitably becomes. But I don't want to stand here and attack the Christian perspective
well,
tonight.
I know that's there, but I've also known people, for example, the Gazette card, the Boston, where for example, a very negative report that it constantly, that God will give the constantly solitary being ruling over them. They find it very offensive. They find it very, they like this God.
No, that's fine. I was just presenting, I was just presenting a rational perspective, that's all.
All right, we're going to go with the next question.
Yes.
Hi. I'm also agnostic, and
Are you-
after this whole Matt thing,
Matt?
I agree with Matt.
Oh, Matt. Who's Matt?
It's kind of hard to explain, but, well,
Who's Matt?
yeah, go for it.
There was a rally, I guess, about a week or two ago, that
My brother's
guy
name
who
is
had
Matt.
a guy who had found Christianity,
A guy who founded?
who found Christianity as his belief. His name was Matt, and there was a big rally where they were putting signs, "I agree with Matt," everywhere, because they wanted to get people to come and listen to him speak about his conversion.
Oh, okay. I don't know about it, but go ahead.
My point is, one of the things I talked to them about was that the whole point, and I'm not in any way an expert about Christianity or whatever, so probably a lot of people are going to contradict me, but they were saying that even though I might be a really good person and that I spend my life doing good things and I'm moral, et cetera, the fact that I don't believe in Jesus means I'm going to hell regardless of whatever I do.
How'd you feel about that?
Not very good.
Oh, okay.
And one of the things I was wondering if you could speak to in comparison to Christianity is that Christianity is very exclusionary
Yes.
towards other religions.
Well,
At least that's my impression.
Okay.
And I was wondering if you could speak to that from more of the perspective of Islam.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to characterize Christianity as exclusionary or not. That's not my role here today. I'm not a Christian. I don't want to offend people, and it's not necessary. One of the things that one of the things that appealed to me about the Quran was that it was not so exclusionary as you say. In one verse it says, "Those people who follow this Quran, and the Jews, and the Christians, and the Sabaeans," they were another monotheistic religion that existed at that time in the Arabian Peninsula. It says, "Those people who follow this Quran, and the Jews, and the Christians, and the Sabaeans, if they believe in God and do what is right, they'll have nothing to fear, nor shall they grieve." And I found that to be a very compelling statement. It said that it's not so much the religious label you have attached to us, but it's a question of sincerity and living a good and righteous life. The Quran, on the other hand, says that when people are confronted with the truth, and if they stubbornly reject it and turn their back on it, they will be responsible for that. That will affect who they are. It will affect their spirituality. It will affect them as a person. So the stubborn and contumacious rejection of the truth, are you following me? Not just not knowing, not just being unexposed to it, or not just having somebody say to you, "Oh, well, I'm a Muslim, I believe this, there was a prophet, etc., and he or she explains it in a way that you cannot relate to at all, or does a bad job of relating it. If that's your case and you still remain ignorant of the truth from the standpoint of the Quran, then God only knows, you may be fine. I really don't know. But the only sin that the Quran says will utterly destroy a person, for sure, is the stubborn and contumacious rejection of God and truth. when they sense it. Are you following me? Yeah. Oh, I don't mean to yell at you. I want them to hear me back there. So that will do it. When people put, it says in the Quran, other things before truth and before a genuine, sincere, open-minded search for God, when they put other things before that, raise that to a higher level and make it more important, then the Quran refers to that as in Arabic shirk, associating with God, making other gods before God, inventing your own gods before God, right? Or putting your own lust or desires, and it gives these examples: lust, desires, wealth, power, etc. When you make that your God, and in your stubborn resistance of the truth to hang on to that becomes the center of your life, you're destroying yourself, the Quran says. But as that verse says, if there is a Jewish person or a Christian, as the example shows, if there's a Jewish person or a Christian person or a Sabaean who is sincere and is doing good deeds, living righteously, and that to the best of their ability, they are trying to pursue truth and live a good life, then as long as they believe in God and they have lived righteous lives, they have nothing to fear, nor shall they grieve. So it has a certain, and other verses say a person is not responsible will not suffer for what they do in ignorance, in true ignorance. But like I said, I don't want to downplay the point that the Quran also says that when people are confronted with the truth, they're responsible they should not just turn their back on it. In no uncertain terms it says that.
Okay.
So I hope that's okay. Nice question. I didn't mean to raise my voice.
Thank you. There's just been a request from some of the picker-uppers to pass the questions down to the front if you have that ability, if you happen to be in a line where you can reach people. I'm going to go through...
Who is Matt? Matt?
Matt. You're going to go through 2 or 3 quick written ones?
Sure, but I'll have to be quick about those.
Right. First thing is, thank you for your exposition. As a professor of mathematics, how would you further expand the Quranic theory of creation, kun fa yakun, with the Big Bang theory of creation, includes expanding universe and ultimate big crunch?
Well, I'm a mathematician, I'm not a physicist, but also I've never thought about that question from that angle, and it would require some thought. I've never really thought about that. Sorry. Not trying to belittle the question. I've just never given it any thought.
Number 1, other religions also preach goodness and good things. For the person who is not looking at specifics and rational approach of the Quran, why do you think, or do you think, people need the guidance that the Quran provides?
I think there's a lot of people who have lived lives similar to mine, who have questions like I have. And I think a lot of people in the West especially have come to doubt the existence of God, primarily for rational reasons. And from my experience of the Quran, I believe that many of those people, if they read it with an open mind and an open heart, that it may help them in their search. I sincerely feel that. I wouldn't be standing here today if I didn't. So, what was the question again?
Essentially, why do you think people need the guidance the Quran provides?
Yes, and so I think it could be of a benefit for many, many people, hopefully, and I think they would find great peace, and I think they would find much more than that, through reading the Quran. Especially,
This person seems to have had encounters with Christians who have said that their belief in the Trinity and their belief in Jesus as God is one of faith, and that they just take it on faith, that is true. Is there a way to present the Quran or its teachings to them, considering you're coming from that faith should make sense?
Coming from what? The faith?
The idea that faith should make sense.
Oh, well, if a person is, I don't know what, I wasn't there when you had this conversation, whoever asked that question. From your point of view, you understood that when you tried to reason with them and tried to apparently argue with them and point out certain, what you felt were rational problems with their position. When you tried to do that, they finally said to you, it's a matter of faith. It's just a matter of faith. And, in other words, that in some sense, reason has not much to do with it. And that reason could lead you astray or whatever. If that's a person's position, that's their position. I've gotten into such discussions with people before, friends of mine, and they said, well, it's just a matter of faith. That's a premise. It may or may not be true. The Quran says that faith is intricately related to reason. Reason is indispensable. If somebody says to me that reason has nothing to do with faith, I have no argument against it. The argument must stop there. The minute you throw reason out, then there's no point in arguing. There's no point in even discussing. There's no point in debating the issue. If you throw out reason, then what's the point of arguing? Arguing is an exercise in reason. Are you following me? So you really have nothing to say. You could just say, well, then God gave you reason for no real purpose. Your reason doesn't have any real function in terms of, he gave it to you for no real purpose. What can I say? And if they admit that, then they're stuck.
We're going to go 2 quick ones because you won't have to say much for these, and then we'll go back to the line. How long did it take you from first reading the Quran to when you became a Muslim?
It took me a while. Not really all that long. It took me from the time I got done reading the Quran to the time I became a Muslim. Boy, it's so long ago, 19 years. But from the time I got done, maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks. About 3 or 4 weeks.
All right. And what was the last thing you thought about before deciding to convert?
Really?
Or accept Islam?
Oh, wow. What was the last thing I thought about before? I don't know. Well, I know. Let me just say, let me just say this. What essentially happened was I was done with the Quran. My study of the Quran really just sort of began as an intellectual curiosity, a rational endeavor. As I read through the Quran, I didn't tell anybody this last night because these are not the type of things that are going to help anybody. And I don't think this helps people in their search for God. And so I haven't mentioned it. My own personal experiences. I could talk about what I went through with reason, but I don't want to tell people what I experienced on a spiritual level. Because I can't communicate that to you. You have to sort of either go through it yourself or what. It's not something that we could reason about. But in any case, my study of the Quran, as you might have observed yesterday, began as a rational endeavor. But as I read through it, I slowly but surely began to take on certain spiritual dimensions. As I read through the Quran, the further I got through it, the greater I began to doubt my atheism. And the more I started to doubt atheism, the more open I became to the possibility of God's existence. And the more open I came to the more open I came to the possibility of God's existence, the more I found that the passages in the Quran started to move me in very powerful ways. There were times when I would read the Quran and I would just feel this tremendous presence, spiritual presence about me. There were times when I would be reading the Quran and I'd be moved to tears. And I would cry. I remember after I read the surah that was first recited here today, I cried like a baby for a half hour. And I don't know what happened. I don't even know where those tears came from. They just poured out of me for a good half hour. I just sat kneeling on the floor with my head near to the ground, and the tears just came gushing out of me. It was like I was just letting go. So much pain and so much hurt, so much anger, so much suffering. It just came out of me. There were times when I read the Quran that I just felt that I was in the presence of this tremendous power and mercy. And the more I got through the Quran, the more I began to doubt my atheism, the more powerful those experiences became. And so, and when they kind of first would start happening, I try to shake them off, because they never came when I wanted them to come. They just sort of came, unanticipated. And I just, at first I did shake them off. I just blew them off. I said, it must be something psychological going on here. And by the time I finished the Quran, I had these experiences. I had them repeatedly. They were powerful. They were unanticipated. They were recognizable. But I just left them aside, tried to ignore them. And then in those 3 or 4 weeks that passed, and I know this is not a rational explanation, it's not going to help anybody here, but in those 3 or 4 weeks that passed after that, when I wasn't reading the Quran anymore, I started to feel a loneliness and a kind of longing. I missed that voice that spoke to me through the Quran. I missed the experience. I felt I had lost. I felt a great sense of loss and isolation. And, as time went on, I missed it more and more as the weeks went past. I was tortured by it. And at some point, I realized that there's just no point in denying it anymore. The Quran had awakened in me a spirituality that I thought I never had. And through that spirituality, it spoke to me. It spoke to me a part of me that I never thought I had. And as the weeks went by and I missed that voice and I missed that experience, I came to finally realize that what I missed was God. And I know sounds like a big leap, but once you're moved by that and touched by that, and you have that experience, you just know it. There's no point in denying it anymore. And so, maybe I had to get all that rational baggage out of the way. Maybe I just had to open the door a little bit of the possibility, entertain the possibility of God's existence. But once I did, I had some very powerful, moving, spiritual, quote unquote, spiritual experiences. And it reached into a part of me that I didn't know was there. And so on November 8th, 1982, I went over to talk to the Muslim students of the University of San Francisco, because they had a mosque in their basement there. Basement of the church. Had a little mosque, a little prayer room. And I went down there telling myself I was going to only ask a few questions, that I definitely wasn't going to become a Muslim. But I went down there just to talk to them, to just talk with somebody about what I had been through. And I went down there, and a half hour later, I came out a Muslim. And so at that point, it seemed like it happened without my even wanting it to. So I could give you I could try to rationalize my conversion to Islam. I could rationalize how I overcame my rational objections. I could rationalize about how I developed questions about the author. But I honestly, and I apologize for this, I cannot rationalize how I became a Muslim. What finally made me need that so badly. I wrote in one book of mine that, and maybe this is the best way to say it, that the nearest and truest answer I could really give you, when all is said and done, is just this: that at one special moment of my life, a moment that I never could have conceived when I was younger, I think God in His infinite kindness and wisdom just had mercy on me. And I don't know why. Maybe He just saw in me a pain so deep, an emptiness so vast, a longing so great. I really don't know why. But maybe He just saw in me a readiness. But, that's the best I could do. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. We get these questions here.
Hi. When you talk about the Quran being inspired,
Yes.
I listened to last night as well.
Oh, yes, sir.
It seems like a lot of the things that you talked about in the Quran and that I've seen in the Quran, aren't they really similar to things in the Bible? Like a story you told last night kind of reminded me of the book of Job with the angels. I mean, not exactly the same, but just questioning God, and also a lot of Muhammad's teachings, aren't they similar to Christ, if not like not doing alms before men to be seen
Yes.
of them, aren't they?
Yes.
So how?
Yes, and Confucius and many other great religious teachers.
Yeah, what would separate the Quran, like as far as just the moral tenets that it has? What would separate the Quran from like the New Testament or other writings? Like what would make that special?
Do you mean on a moral level?
Well, isn't that what originally you were concerned about? You said like it was just beautiful in the way that it taught people how to.
Tonight,
live a
I
moral
talked
life.
about that. Yeah. On a moral level, like I'll start. You could interrupt me when you want. On a moral level, both scriptures, many of the scriptures around the world teach, goodness, living, being good, worshiping one God or supreme being, etc. And that it conforms to the whole picture of revelation in the Quran, because the Quran says that God has revealed the truth to many people of many nations and many times, and that that all mankind at this point in history, right, has been exposed to the truth at one time in their past. Every nation has had a messenger, the Quran says. You know what I mean? So it would be not surprising to a Muslim then that the moral teachings and the ethical teachings of the great world religions intersect in many ways. Are you following me up till now? Because there's the same God behind them all. What the Quran does say about them is that along the way, though, in the past, the other scriptures have been, in some sense, corrupted, so that some of those truths have been mixed with things that are not from God. Are you following me? Mm-hmm. And so the necessity of this revelation, okay? So the Quran says it is a confirmation of the truths that came before it, and a correction of certain things that were corrupted. That's how the Quran sees itself in relation to the other scriptures. The thing that I found different from the Quran, unique about the Quran, because you did ask me that just now. The thing I found unique about the Quran was what I talked about last night, truly unique, was that it's tremendous stress on reason and the fundamental role that reason plays in the attainment of faith and in the pursuit of truth. And that I found that, and not only its stress, but it's very rational and almost didactic way it leads you and guides you, hopefully, to truth and to God.
I hate to open the can of worms of faith and reason, but if something is reasonable and logical, does it really take a whole lot of faith to believe it? I mean, if it makes perfect sense to you.
Well, yes, it really does. Because, at least it did for me, because as much as the Quran was reasonable and logical, when I first started, the whole idea of becoming a Muslim, or embracing this Quran and its message. Here I had this message, that I really started to sense was truth. Here I had, my reasons for not believing in God sort of stripped away. Here I, had, thought about my past and felt that I almost, if I reviewed my past, there were moments when I had almost a natural inclination or instinct for belief in God. In moments of crisis or fear, when you suddenly it seems like you know God better than anybody else. Oh, God, help me, or things like that. Everything in the Quran pointed to me, led me to believe certainly God could exist. Probably God does exist. Still, I was unwilling. The biggest problem I had was I cannot become a Muslim. I cannot embrace this message. Because even though it appealed to me rationally, I was working at a Catholic school at that time, the oldest Catholic school in America. And I thought I was untenured, and I thought I would lose my job. I thought my parents would come down on me. My parents would isolate me, would not approve of it, especially since they were devout Catholics. I thought my friends would think I went Arab crazy in San Francisco. I thought that this is a religion associated with terrorists and backwards people and murderers. And, my colleagues would start thinking I lost my mind, especially conversion. I mean, a math professor is not supposed to convert to anything, Seriously, mathematicians, we're supposed to be, totally, that's beyond us. We're way superior to that. Religious belief is, trying to be a devout person of any religion and work in a math department, people look at you as lost your mind. Even to this day, I don't even hardly bring up the issue in the math department. I just keep it low key, because I know my colleagues will think I'm crazy. So there were all these sort of personal problems with embracing this message. And they were my biggest barrier to doing that. And that's what the Quran talks about. It says that, people refuse to listen to this message, reject it out of hand, oppose it, try to find every reason not to believe it because of their own personal wants and desires are suddenly going to be all messed up. They're going to suddenly be under attack. And people fear that. And I certainly did. And so it definitely wasn't easy for me. And I know for tons of fellow converts like myself that have embraced this religion, it wasn't easy for them either, for the very same reasons. They feared their job, they feared the loss of their family, they feared the loss of their friends. Maybe it's all imagined. And it turned out everything I thought was going to happen happened to a tiny degree, but nothing like I imagined. I imagined much worse. My parents were a little upset, but they still loved me. My friends, well, I lost some, but I gained others. They didn't fire me from work like I thought they would. I got tenure and promoted. Then I moved from there to another university and got promoted again, to full professor. But, all these disasters, I thought I would never be able to find a woman to marry. God, I found a woman from Saudi Arabia and I got married, So I'm sorry I took too long. Do you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Christian.
That was a good question.
I kind of have like a quick question. Did it ever cross your mind that you might be overloading the Quran with logic and reasoning and
Overlooking it?
overloading it? Like what I mean by that, like if you have some verses talking about, say, the earth or heavens.
Yeah.
So did it ever cross your mind that it might be just a coincidence and you're just, as a
definitely.
mathematician, you're thinking of it
Definitely.
this way? But
You're talking about the signs in the Quran. Yeah, when I read the signs in the Quran, I only thought they sounded very interesting. Are you following me? Yeah. I did not think this verse is definitely talking about the expansion of the universe here. You know what I mean? It piqued my curiosity, made me wonder, but as a scientist, I wasn't going to say this is an explicit statement of any particular theory. I just found the wording extremely intriguing. Are you following me? Yeah. So I was not one of those persons to really say, oh yeah, this is definitely this. But of course, you have to remember, I was an atheist at that time. I was already skeptical. But I have to admit, I found the wording very intriguing at times. And it piqued my interest and kept me going, kept me wanting to go further. Are you following me?
Yeah, what about the stories, like when you say that you take them as,
allegory and et cetera?
What about the stories that you take them as symbolic instead of like historic?
Yeah.
Like some people might be actually disagreeing with you that they might be taken as
must be taken as history and et cetera.
So do you think it's like wrong to have like a certain verse that people are looking at it in a different way?
I think people, if I approached a certain verse and reacted a certain way, I think people, Muslims for example, should be open to that. Because I'm going to get the same moral and spiritual truth from that story that they are. Are you following me? And I have to be open to their interpretation as well. And as the Quran said, don't seek discord, don't argue, don't let this become a rift between you, such arguments, over whether this one is allegorical or this one is not. Explicitly says, don't, the people with diseased hearts do that, So, this, because of the Quran style, because of many things it said, like I spoke about last night, the role of symbolism in the Quran. Yeah, maybe I admit I might be dead wrong. I might be reading it dead wrong. But, you have to remember, when I was reading it from a critical perspective. But I don't have many good qualities. But I think the one good quality I have is I'm fair. And my students always tell me I'm very fair. And even when my wife is arguing with my daughters, and I get in between them and they're both ready to kill me by the time I've mediated, they all admit that I'm very fair. I could just take myself emotionally out of the situation and just sort of look at it and analyze it rationally, and point out to them each of their points rationally. So when I read the Quran and I'm looking to criticize it, and this is the way I look at anything when I read it from a critical perspective, I always try to be fair, not to impose on the scripture or whatever I'm reading an interpretation that forces a contradiction when such an interpretation or such an imposition is not absolutely warranted. Are you following me? And so that's the way I read the Quran. I was determined to be open-minded. Maybe I bent over backwards to be so, but I was determined to be open-minded. The same way I read everything else I've ever read about religion. Yeah. Thank you so much. Ouch, this thing is killing me. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had a question concerning you had described yourself a certain way when you were an atheist, as far as how you felt about yourself, internally.
Yes.
What I wanted to know was, over the last 18 or 19 years, how has that changed, and how would you describe yourself now? And what exactly, if there's one aspect of your faith that has contributed more to your spiritual development, what would that have been? Like, would it have been prayer? Would it have been, something in that respect?
Oh, shucks, that's a great question. I haven't even thought about that. Have I changed? Well, I've gotten older, but, so that changes you. But has, this experience of becoming Muslim changed me in any essential way? I'd have to rely on my friends' opinions for that. I do know that my friends in the past used to tell me that I had a certain sadness about me a lot, that when I was in my early 20s and in my teenage years, I seemed to, they said I was a very nice person. I used to make cookies for them. I really did. Cakes. I was a very giving person, really. Even though I thought it was a dog-eat-dog world. Up here, I thought, this world is just a violent place and everything like that. But I tried to make it at least as peaceful around me and as enjoyable as I can. Even though I thought, I should just protect myself and not give to other people like my father taught me. On the other time, my mother's influence was strong, and I just had a need to lend people a helping hand, And plus, I found that pursuing wealth, even back then, and pursuing money and pursuing material things, just left me feeling empty back then. So I was a searching person back then, not searching for God or searching for religion, just searching for peace and happiness, I think. And my friends tell me that back then I just seemed unsettled, unhappy. I just feel disconnected. That's the way they used to describe me back then. My friends now, because I don't know how I appear to others, but my friends now tell me that I seem at peace with myself. They say I seem happy. They tell me I seem together. As far as what has affected my growth spiritually, and I'm not holding myself up as some kind of model. I'm here just to present some rational perspective on, put some rational perspective on the Quran. So I'm not going to say I became some saint or something. But what has affected whatever growth I have had is prayer has played a major part. The prayer 5 times a day has had a tremendous influence over me. Some of those prayers, it's just really hard to describe, but the prayer 5 times a day, 7 days a week, every day for the rest of my life, getting up before dawn, praying at evening, praying at noon, afternoon, and right after sunset, just doing that every day and trying to follow this program that the Quran describes, it has just made me more and more receptive to those type of experiences I told you about, made me more and more spiritually sensitive. I'll put it that way, and it has made it easier for me to deal with life. I see some of the other parents in my department. Oh, my son and daughter did this and this and this, and they come in frantic. And my children make mistakes. I have an older daughter. She is the most rebellious, brilliant, genius, headstrong, nutcase in the world. Erase that from the tape, by the way. but, you know, and she does crazy things and shocking things. But, you know, I think it'll be okay. You know what I mean? And even if it's not all in my hands. You know, some kids need to go through just my whole way. Just nothing seems to rattle me anymore. You know, I'll say that much. But I don't want to hold myself up as some sort of exemplar or somebody that you should aspire to become or anything like that. But being a Muslim has, whether you think I'm deluded or not, it has given me a lot of peace and serenity. Yeah. Okay? Thank you for the question.
Okay,
Yes.
we're going to go to some written ones.
Yeah, aren't you guys tired yet? Don't you want to go home?
If anybody sees me putting questions over here on this pile, it's not because I don't want to have it asked that. Some of them he's answered through his speeches. Just a quick one here. What does the Quran have to say about man's relationship with nature, in your opinion?
I'm trying to think about it. I haven't really thought about that very much. I really haven't. You know, it's not something I thought deeply about, so I can't do much on that one. You should honor nature. I know that. You should respect it very much. You know, because the Quran shows that you should have so much reverence for nature.
Right.
So, you know,
verse 29 of Al-Baqarah says that it was all put here for us to serve us.
Yeah. So, you know, man should respect nature, be its caretaker, you know, and have tremendous respect for it. You know,
You don't have to answer this. This was probably answered more last night, but you may have something to say. Why do you think some people suffer more and some suffer less? Is it fair?
Yes. No, I don't know really why always some people suffer more, some people suffer less. I think we all suffer quite a bit, you know. At the same time, we have different personalities. Some of us could take more and some of us could take less. It says in the Quran that God tests no soul beyond its capacity, you know. The Quran also says that when we enter the next life, when we arise in the next life, it often compares it to the way we awaken from a dream. It talks about the illusory character of life. It says life is just pomp and illusion. It shows that when the believers arise on the day of judgment and they're asked, how long have you suffered there on earth? They'll say, did we suffer there an hour or a day or less than that? And those who really know, it says in the Quran, will tell you, you suffered there but little if you only knew. You know, for a short time, if you only knew. So the Quran, in many, many verses, talks about the illusory character of life. In one verse, it explicitly compares the person the way a person is resurrected on the day of judgment, and the way a person awakens from a dream. When it talks about the day of judgment and when people enter the next life, it says how they come out of their sleeping chambers, how they will swoon and be groggy, how their vision will first be blurred like the way you awaken from a dream, and then it'll become sharp and they'll see the reality. It says that people will, you know, sort of stumble like the way you stumble out of bed in the morning, and then, you know, rush to where they are determined to go, you know, where they ultimately will have to go, and so forth. The images in the Quran, and I believe they're symbolic because it's talking about the day of judgment, something beyond this perception, indicate, and there are explicit statements that indicate, that this life, as real as it seems to us, and it is real, will seem when we enter to the next life very much like a dream, like awakening, say, for example, from a dream or a nightmare. You know? So that all the suffering we went through, all the pain we went through, all the agony we went through will suddenly seem like it's just a distant and vague, harmless memory. Are you following me? Because, you know, when you're living in a nightmare, when you're having a nightmare at night, and you're living it, and your heart is beating 1,000 beats a minute, and you're suffering through that nightmare, and you're in a panic, and etc. And you awaken from that nightmare, and suddenly you're still nervous, and then you realize you're awake, and you're in the greater reality, and you say to yourself, "Oh my God, it was only a nightmare. It was only an illusion. It was only a dream." You know, the Quran indicates that when we awaken in the next life, our experience will be very similar. All the pain, all the hardship, all the agony will just seem like it was a brief, momentary illusion. Even though it was very real, even though it shaped what type of creature we enter, what type of being we enter the next life as, all the suffering, all the agony that we went through will be erased. There's a famous saying of the prophet, peace be upon him, that says that when a believer puts his steps into heaven, and he's asked to recall all the suffering that he's gone through on earth, he'll not remember any of it. And when a rejecter of God steps into what faces him in the next life and is asked to recall all the joys and indulgences and the things he pursued and he enjoyed in this life, he will not be able to recall any of it either. So in both cases, it'll seem like a distant, vague event. But for those whose balance of goodness is heavy, to use the Quranic terminology, in the next life, when they enter that next life, all the suffering they went through will seem very inconsequential, like awakening from a dream in this life. So that's one thing you have to remember, that regardless of who you are, whatever agony you're going through, right now it seems like there's these great differentials and things like that, but when you enter the next life, it's all going to seem relatively insignificant to all of us. It's all going to seem insignificant to all of us. Second thing you have to remember is that the Quran does tell us that we do face tests in this life. That God does manipulate the human situation, puts us into situations where we're forced to face sometimes hardship, sometimes ease. Sometimes we're forced into making critical moral choices. Definitely manipulates the human drama. But he leaves the critical choices up to us. And he said such things like sometimes he brings suffering on those who reject faith so that perhaps they'll use their reason, or so that perhaps they will recall, or so that perhaps they will reflect on their situation. It also says sometimes he brings ease upon them and drowns them in what they're pursuing, drowns them in their lustful pursuits, drowns them in their material pursuits, hopefully so that they'll realize the purposelessness of it, the aimlessness of it, the agony of it, the chaos of it. Again, so that perhaps they will reflect. But regardless of whether you're good or bad, the Quran guarantees it. You will definitely suffer. Because this life, you are going to face adversity, because through adversity, you grow. My high school football coach used to put a placard on the wall, no pain, no gain. If you're going to grow physically, you got to suffer. If you want to become a great athlete, if you want to become physically fit and powerful, you got to suffer pain. No pain, no gain. My high school teachers used to tell me, Jeff, or students, you got to work hard, you got to struggle, you got to sacrifice, you got to do everything you can, study hard, work hard. I know it's not easy, you got to do it, but to grow intellectually, you got to pay the price, they used to say. Well, the Quran says that the same laws of cause and effect, the same way God has measured the universe, to use a Quranic terminology, in terms of our intellectual growth and our physical growth, any type of growth applies to spiritual growth as well. No pain, no gain. You can't grow in mercy if there's not suffering, if you know no suffering. You can't grow in compassion if you don't know suffering. You can't reach out to others if there's no suffering about you. So it's an essential element of our growth. I think I said a lot about that last night, so I'll cut it quits there. I got carried away, sorry.
It was a good question. I have heard that the Islamic view on the Quran, I want to mention one thing. I don't think we're going to get through all these questions that have been handed in, but feel free still to hand them in. He does like to take them home. It helps him when in his writing, etc.
If you want, I'll just keep the answers very short.
Okay. I have heard that the Islamic view on the Quran is that the Quran is the final revelation. It will be kept unaltered. Why didn't God keep a previous revelation unaltered? Why did God wait until 640 AD and allow so many people who had lived previously to live without the truth?
Why did he not? I don't know. No, I really don't. I think at that point in history, God only knows what type of people he is dealing with throughout history. God knows, in the earlier history, if you look, sort of example, when Christianity came into being, maybe God knew that it would spread to the Roman Empire and that it would be influenced by Roman beliefs, in man gods and etc. Maybe he knew that. I really don't know, to tell you the truth. The only thing I could say is that, he picked, he picked the right moment in history. When man was on the verge of, he picked I really don't know. I have to think about it some more. I could tell you what I feel necessitated the coming of the revelation of this scripture. And I think I talked about that a little bit earlier. But why that particular moment in history, not 300 years later or 300 years earlier or 700 years later? I would assume it was the right moment in time when mankind was ripe for that. But, that would mean I'd have to have a knowledge that is beyond me. The knowledge of human nature and all of humanity and the whole complex situation. And that really, right now, is just beyond me. Yeah. But I assume it was at the right moment in history when a community could carry that message and preserve it.
Question: what could you say as to whether the Quran has ever been changed since its revelation?
What?
What could you say to whether or not the Quran has been changed since its revelation?
Oh, it is not. Okay, what's the next question? No, I mean, for me that was not an issue, to be frank. Because by the time I was done reading the Quran, I had never gotten involved in the question of whether it was the preserved revelation received by the Prophet, peace be upon him. And the reason why I say that is because by the time I was finished, like I said before, I recognized that the personality behind these revelations was one. There was no other, it was obviously a singular personality. I had become convinced that that personality was God. So the question of the historical accuracy of the revelations was just a side issue for me when I finally came to it. When I did come to it, the historians reported, and even many Western historians believed the same, that the Quran was compiled and organized and completely determined, during the Prophet's lifetime. And as far as its order and its structure and everything, that was complete in his lifetime. That after he died, the community, under the leadership of, under the authority of its leader, Abu Bakr, his first successor, had an official recension done, compiled, written, completed, a year or so after his death. Although there were many in the community that had it fully memorized, as many Muslims do today. It's very easy to memorize. Even I know a 30th of the Quran. I could memorize it by heart. And I wasn't born in Arabian culture. It's extremely easy to memorize. Part of it, the reason why it's so easy to memorize is because of what I talked about before. It's meter and rhyme and et cetera. It makes it very easy to memorize it. It's very easy to memorize those type of things. Like a lot of people who can't even speak English that could memorize American songs, from front to back. I knew kids that couldn't speak a word of English that could sing you Michael Jackson tunes, an entire album. And it's much easier to memorize things of that nature. But in any case, the Quran was revealed over a 23-year period of the Prophet's life, the last 23 years. His companions, the historians report that he taught his companions how to memorize it. They took it down in written form, that many of them had written records of the Quran. An official recension was done and collated and checked and double-checked and triple-checked immediately after the Prophet died, shortly after the Prophet died, within a year's time. Another critical check and examination was made again shortly after that, another 10 or 15 years, and many official copies were made and spread throughout the Islamic world because it was spreading far and wide. And since then, Even Western critics of Islam admit that for certain, after that period, there could have been no possible change, because we have versions of the Quran that go back to that very period. So from a historical perspective, I guess, there's a great deal of certainty about the fact that the Quran represents nothing more than the revelations which, even from a Western perspective, the prophet proclaimed. So, but that, like I said, that was not an issue for me. I was already convinced that it was from God long before I stumbled on that. And that's not the reason why I believed it was. I was willing to accept that. There's no reason for me to doubt that. And like I said, a lot of Western historians, there are some that disagree. There are some that challenge that. And there are some that agree with that. But they're not my final authority either. But in any case, that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. This is a little long. I'll try to make it clear. You said yesterday that it is necessary for someone to become like another person in order to know and to love that person, and that we are meant to become loving, compassionate, forgiving, etc., like God. But you did not elaborate on exactly how it is possible for us to come to know, I assume, God. Does God approach us through word or through presence, or from a Muslim point of view, does he approach us at all? And if not, in what way are we able to come to be like him at all? And then he makes a comment. Thomas Aquinas, a doctor of the Catholic Church from the Middle Ages, emphasizes the compatibility of faith and reason, as does the Church, and has written a book called Faith and Reason. I'm just remembering the one verse about God speaks to you from revelation, inspiration, etc. So just to put that in your head, even though I know you told me that.
Yeah. Yes, I know about St. Thomas Aquinas. The attack on faith and reason began during the Renaissance. And after the Renaissance, that became an issue, the incompatibility of faith and reason. When the agnostic and atheist philosophers began to make an assault on the Christian religion, specifically. And so it's a rather modern problem. Yeah, there were others as well, not just St. Thomas Aquinas. There were other of the church fathers that insisted on the compatibility of faith and reason. But I was talking mostly about the modern situation. Now, the one about how does God approach us? Oh yeah, I didn't say that you had to become like another person to be able to grow near to them. I was saying that what allows us to know another person is the type of things we share with them. Okay? And I said that we can get to know another person, human being, because we have so many similar experiences. And the more that we share with them, the closer we could get. That's how we could become intimate with another human being. And I said the problem that we face is, how does one become intimate with God? When we are finite and he is infinite, when we are mortal and he is immortal, where he is transcendent and we are very much fixed in time and space, limited by it. When he transcends the very environment that we are stuck in, and where he has, where his being is so very different from ours. How can we grow near to him? And I was telling him that what the Quran indicates is that we could grow near to him, not so much through reason. Somebody left their glasses up here, by the way. We could grow near to him, not so much just through reason, but we could grow near to him through experience. Because I said in the Quran, I'll just review it just quickly. It says in the Quran, the attributes of God. The most beautiful names of God, as it calls it. He is the merciful, the compassionate, the forgiving, the just, the kind. So in earth, the more we grow in forgiveness, the closer we grow towards God's forgiveness. The more we grow in compassion, the more we are able to receive and experience God's infinite compassion. The more we come to know of love, the more we can receive and experience God's infinite love, and so forth. Not just in ritual, which is one very intimate way to experience it, but in many ways else, and so much more when we reach the next life, when all the distractions are stripped away. So I talked about that. When we experience mercy, for example, or when we grow in the attributes that have God as their infinite and perfect source, it's not just a matter of experiencing them on a personal level. We experience something much greater. Because the Quran teaches us that God is the source of all the mercy, all the compassion, all the forgiveness, all the justice, all the truth that exists, period. So when we show compassion to another person, God's compassion is coming to that person through us. We become instruments of God's compassion. When we show mercy to another person, God's mercy is coming through us to that person. And for a moment, we experience some of God's infinite mercy, a fraction of God's infinite mercy, as our own. So that other people experience God's being through us. And that is a level of intimacy that we cannot even attain with another human being. You know, I can't walk in your shoes. You know, I can't experience what you experience. I might be able to relate to it by relating it to what I've experienced, but this is a much more intense intimacy because people are experiencing God's being through us, and they're experiencing God's mercy towards them, God's compassion towards them, God's forgiveness towards them through us. And so we are experiencing that mercy and compassion and forgiveness, etc., as part of our own. You know, it's a level of intimacy that is extremely close, closer than we could achieve with any other being. But as I said, through prayer and through other means, we also come to experience, as we grow in these attributes, grow in these qualities, and it's hard to summarize this in all 2 minutes, but as we grow in these qualities and follow this development and grow in faith and grow in goodness through prayer and ritual and through moments in our life that are unanticipated, we experience God's presence, His nearness, His beauty. And this is something that it's hard to explain, but we experience them in very powerful ways that are more real for us than walking on the ground. But, you know, I don't know what else you want me to say about that. So we experience Him through His presence, through His light, as the Quran says, through His beauty, through His power. We experience it in our lives in a very intimate way. Yes?
I have a kind of an open-ended question, so I want to keep you talking
You want to keep me talking or not?
No, not too long, no. I was wondering, how does the Quran address issues of diversity and more specifically things like race, gender, sexual preference, etc.? If it does, and how so?
Well, it doesn't, let me see. Does it address the issue of diversity in race, for example? Yeah. You know, it said, "O mankind, we created you of different nations and colors and hues so that you will come to know each other. Truly the most noble of you in the sight of God is he who is most virtuous," for example. You know, something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing, you know. And throughout the Quran, you know, it stresses that we could have made you all homogeneous, all one. But we made, you know, but we did not. It was not our intention. So vie with one another in doing good. Are you following me? And so the point in the Quran as far as racial diversity goes is that it was God's intention to make people different, because it's through dealing with people that are different from us that we have the greatest opportunities to grow. You know, it's easy to show compassion to my daughter. It's hard for me to show compassion to somebody who very different from me, from a foreign land, or a wayfarer, as the Quran describes. You know, somebody that, and it stresses showing kindness to such people outside your natural environment. You know, those are the greatest tests and means to grow. Let's see, male-female type things. The Quran talks about how men and women will both be in paradise. You know, how they have the same ethical and moral responsibilities and opportunity and spiritual opportunities to grow, for men who surrender themselves under God and women who surrender themselves under God, for men who pray to God, for women who pray to God, for men who are devout, for women who are devout. It goes down this long list. For men who do this, women for this, God has promised them forgiveness and a vast reward. You know, so there's that aspect of the Quran. What's the other one? Sexual preference. Sexual preference. The Quran really doesn't talk about that so much. It does repeat the story of the people of Lot, and it says that they engaged in all sorts of abominations, that they committed highway robbery, that they committed rape of passersby. In the story, the crowds from the people of Lot come and attack the visitors of the prophet Lot and want to take them and make use of them. And it says they committed atrocities in their public assemblies, and for that God has destroyed them, etc. That's about the only issue, that it really deals with something close to what you talked about. Although I know, of course, every normal human being would object to that, of course. But, I'm talking strictly from the point of view of the Quran, but it definitely condemns them for what they did, the activity that they got involved in. And it does go into, does paint a very sorry picture of the people, I'll tell you the truth. Alaikum salam.
I'd like to ask you, I'm a Muslim, but some sisters ask me this question. After someone embraces Islam, could he get out of Islam and try to experience some other religion?
Say that again.
If someone embraces Islam,
yes,
could he get out of Islam and try to experience?
Should he or could he?
Could he or could she or?
Could he or could she? Oh, so you're asking me, could he or she?
Could he or she?
I suppose it's possible. I mean, I've seen people become Muslims in America and then become Buddhists thereafter and things like that. Some Americans just give it a shot.
What about from the Islamic perspective? I mean, is it?
The Quran says they definitely should not do that. The Quran says that, for those people who believed and then disbelieved and then believed and that's disbelieved, it says that God will, that they will suffer severe. I can't remember exactly, but they will suffer severely for that in the hereafter.
And
people who make their religion a toy and believe and disbelieve and believe and disbelieve. Yeah, exactly.
And why is that?
Well, because they're taking the religion as a joke. You know what I mean? They're not being sincere at all. They're using the religion for their own gains. They believe when it's convenient. They disbelieve when it's talking about certain people who believe when it suits their material purposes and then disbelieve when it doesn't. Are you following me? And then believe. So they're actually making their material, their personal worldly needs, they're putting that before the worship of God. They're manipulating religion to serve their worldly needs, which is, exactly the opposite of what it should be. Are you following me?
Yeah, but you said, I think in the last lecture, that you have to experience it spiritually. So, I mean, the sister, she said she wants to experience spiritually over Islam, over Christianity, over Judaism. So she really wants to experience it, she just doesn't want to make it a toy, but she really wants to experience it.
Oh.
So now,
well, I think, I can't tell her what to do. If she would like, I'm saying that, the most important thing is not taking it as a toy. I can't reach into her heart and know what her motivations are or what she's going through. I would probably have to talk to her about that. But you're asking me to answer way beyond what I could do just standing here listening to your question. But the most important thing is don't take a religion the Quran is telling us, don't take the religion as a sport. Don't take it as something lightly. These are serious matters. And don't, especially, use religion to serve your needs. Rather, you should serve God in your pursuit of religion, not the other way around. Make God serve you in your pursuit of worldly gains. Okay? Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, this
Thank you for the
letter
question.
says.
Yes.
I unfortunately forget the author's name, but there is a book out now called The God Part of the Brain. This book claims that through evolution, humans have developed a belief in God, quote unquote, or a quote unquote higher morality for the sake of communal cooperation and survival. What is your argument to this? Also, when do you expect the next book to be finished? Thank you, and may Allah reward you, God willing.
God Part of the Brain? I've never read that book, I'll tell you the truth. I don't believe it. I mean, I don't believe we just developed this system of this idea of a supreme being just as a convenience, but, that's just a theory, and a rationalization, an explanation of things. And, I could understand how, somebody might devise that. I don't believe it's true, but, that person will, the author of that will have to go through their own search, their own experiences, will have the Quran diminish. The Quran points out they will definitely be presented opportunities when they'll be given opportunities, presented with critical opportunities to rethink the whole idea of whether there is a God and whether it exists and what is truth and whatsoever. But, I can't correct everybody's, since I don't believe in theory and I don't know about it. And, I'll be honest with you, I mean, these theories come along all the time. They come into being, and then that one gets thrown out, and then another, and then that one's get thrown out. And, I never found them very satisfying or appealing. Yeah.
Do you want to take questions about like Islamic law?
Oh, the book will, I don't know, probably come out in about 2 years. The reason being is because I could only write it for about 2 hours a day. I could reserve 2-hour block every day to write. That's all I have. Because I have a lot of work at the university. I'm also building 10 houses right now because I got into a little bit of a side business so I could get my daughters married and through college someday. The university jobs don't pay a whole lot. And in addition to that, I'm speaking like twice a semester, and I'm trying to raise 3 daughters. The oldest one is as wild as could be. And she's intellectually, she's an extremely great challenge. And I'm trying to be a good husband to my wife. And with all that going, I really only have about 2 hours a day to do what I'm doing. And yet, when I think of the Prophet, peace be upon him, the Prophet Muhammad, he was not only doing probably all those things, things similar, had all those duties. He was also running a country. He was also leading his and developing a community. He was dealing with delegations all the time coming to him, talking to people about this faith, and et cetera. And that was one thing that also made me question the authorship of the Quran, because it takes me 2 years, about 4 or 5 years, 2 hours a day to write a book. When would such a man have time to compose something so coherent and powerful, beautiful, intricate in its logic? That was also a question. I suddenly thought of it as I was talking to you here, as I was complaining about all the burdens that I have. But I won't get into that. I'll just say this, that I can only write for about 2 hours a day.
Through your studies of Islam, what is the Islamic view of Jesus' return to us before judgment and also a possible Antichrist?
Well, the belief in Jesus' return for judgment and the Antichrist grew up developed in the Christian religion. The vast majority of Muslims, and I don't know if they've been affected by Christian converts or whatever, but the vast majority of Muslims, I think, accept that to some degree. There are some that didn't. There were some Muslim commentators and some Muslim rationalists in the early history of Islam that did not accept those two things you mentioned. They're not what Muslim scholars used to call essential beliefs. The most you could say about them is the majority of Muslims believe in them, and they interpret certain 1 or 2 verses in the Quran and think that it's pointing to them. There have been other Muslim scholars, and even modern-day Muslim scholars, like Muhammad Assad, for example, and others, who have not accepted that and felt that came from Christian influence, the influence of Christian converts. I personally have my doubts about it, but again, that's not, I'm in a minority in that, but I have my own arguments, which I don't want to get into now, but, it is I would say in the Muslim circles, it is a debatable point in the sense that it's not something that another Muslim would say, you're outside the boundaries of this faith.
How do you feel about music in regards to Islamic law? Good or bad, right or wrong?
Good or bad, right or wrong? This was something that has been debated a lot in the United States, especially among the African-American Muslims. I've never really gotten into, to be honest with you, all these practical type of questions, they've never really interested me. I'm not a practical thinker. I don't like applications. And not that I don't like applications, I just don't have a mind for it. I've always sort of been sort of a theoretical type. I like pure mathematics. Applied mathematics has always bored me. So I'm not very good at getting down to earth on such issues. I've never really explored it very much. I'll say this much, and I think an argument can be made, an argument has been made against music, certainly in the past, by some Muslim scholars and some eminent ones. And arguments have been made on the other side too, that music, as long as it's not obscene, or songs or etc., that do not violate Islamic principles, if that's the case, then they're okay. I've heard arguments on both sides. I've heard the hadiths that were summoned on both sides, and some are authentic, some are not. A lot of it is a matter of interpretation. These are issues that, I tell you the truth, I get a little bored with. I'm sorry.
Yesterday you talked about suffering, and we had to suffer to be loving and compassionate, etc. Do you think that you had to suffer during your childhood because of that? You also talked about forgiveness. Were you able to forgive your father?
Who asked that question? That is such a great question. Yeah, did I have to suffer through my childhood? I've asked you're asking me right now, and now I'm asking myself for the first time. I don't know, I just never really thought of it. I guess so. If I never had that childhood, I would have never come to know whatever I've come to know. Definitely. As you ask me that right now, I don't even resent having the childhood I had. I don't complain. And I definitely don't feel sorry for myself. I'll tell you the truth, I'm glad. I thank God I had the childhood I had, because it has taught me a lot. And I think if I hadn't had it, having the way I'm thinking I had, I would have never really probably discovered God again. But those questions that burned inside me, they've made me what I am. And honestly, at this stage in my life, I like myself again. And I found a lot of beauty through those questions. So no, I don't resent them, and I'm not angry at my father anymore, to tell you the truth. I still have pain, and I still hurt sometimes, but I needed that, and I thank God for it. And as far as my father goes, he was a complex man. He had his inner rage, but he stuck by his family. He didn't abandon them. He played a role in raising his kids. He wasn't perfect. He did believe in God very much. He had sort of just a personal belief in God. He wasn't close to any particular religious dogma or view, but he had a very deep belief in God, fear of God even. But no, I forgive my father. I hope, none of us are perfect. And I believe that, he was all, as hard as he was, as much pain as he caused, I'm not angry at my father. I'm simply not. And I certainly forgive him. Yeah, I forgive him. I hope that I don't end up, hurting people. It's taught me a lot. I hope I don't end up hurting people. But I definitely forgive him. And the damage doesn't have to be lasting. I have plenty of choices to make after that. My father didn't make me into the type of person I was. I had plenty of choices to make in my life. Yeah.
Have you learned to read Quranic Arabic yet?
I studied Arabic grammar for a couple of years. I could slowly but surely make my way through a passage. I can't just pick it up and, recite it. A lot of people could do that even though they don't understand Arabic. But when I go through the Quran and research the Quran, I get out my Arabic lexicons and dictionaries, and I go through the words one at a time and go back and study the grammar to make sure I'm not interpreting something in a wrong way. because sometimes if you could go back to the original language and analyze it for exactly as it said, you could uncover very deep and profound things that are easily missed in translation. And I found this happen again and again and again when I read the Quran. That the translator, even though he's very sincere and trying to do an excellent job, just changes a word here or there, or changes the tense because he feels it must mean this, even though it says this. And when I go back and study it in its original, what it originally and literally says, I discover things that you would never find from a translation. So, and I hope someday that I get stronger and stronger in my knowledge of Arabic and grammar and my research abilities, but I'm not fluent in it. I only have sort of a literary skill where I could read it and analyze it very slowly and very methodically. Sometimes it takes me a day or two to analyze a single verse, and sometimes weeks. Yeah.
This question, I'm not sure what it means, but it says, you are a Muslim now, I suppose. Do you follow all the Islam's instructions and rules in your daily life? Thanks.
Yes, I suppose I'm a Muslim. Do I follow all of them? I don't know. I'm not holding myself up as a perfect person. I don't know if any of us follow all of them. What we're supposed to follow. But in terms of I think you might be referring to the rituals and the major practices and things that we Muslims are supposed to live by. I do the very best I can, and I do my very best. And when I fall short, if I fall short, knowingly or unknowingly, I hope God will continue to help me and guide me and have mercy on me.
Could you maybe just one quick thing? A lot of people here may, I'm not sure if we'll see again, maybe just one discussion of what Islam and Muslim, what those two terms mean. Because I think a lot of times people categorize religion as this religion, that religion. If they could at least know what those two terms mean, it might help also to understand. Yeah. Islam
means self-surrender, capitulation. When I became a Muslim, I felt I surrendered. I surrendered to an irresistible truth. I surrendered to myself, to a God that I had resisted all my life. I surrendered to a truth that I maybe fought against and denied. So it means sort of like a peaceful surrender to peace, an acquiescence to mercy and to truth and to God. Self-surrender is what Islam literally means. A Muslim is from the same root, the same Arabic root that surrender comes from. A Muslim is one who surrenders themselves to God.
Thank you. I can't read the first part, but I think the second part of this is a lot more interesting. And one thing you've already answered also. Say one has accepted the oneness of God through reasoning. Does the Quran tell the person to also reason with the commandments in the Quran, such as prayer, etc., or simply obey it?
Boy, how do you reason commandments? I don't, I'm trying to think. Does the Quran tells you always to use your reason. Definitely. But let's see, does it tell you to reason about the commandments? I know it tells you to reason about faith, and belief, and about God and your relationship to God. But the Quran, I think, doesn't present its commandments as debatable points. Are you following me? So I would say, it presents them as commandments. I don't think commandments are by definition something that you're supposed to debate or, reason. Not that, you don't use your reason when you approach them. So, for example, there's a verse that tells you that when you prepare for war, multiply your horses gather up your horses to drive fear in the hearts of enemies known and unknown. To act, in other words, to act as a military deterrent. Because in those days, cavalry was something that drove fear into the hearts of your enemies and would prevent them from attacking you if they thought you had a powerful cavalry. Well, today, I mean, a Muslim leader taking his army into battle, I wouldn't think he would say, do we have the horses? Gather up the horses. What happened to the horses? We got the tanks, we got the submarines, where are the horses? Did anybody get the horses? No, I don't think so. I mean, so in that sense, you do use a certain amount of reason. You understand that these were revealed in a certain context, but they might be able to be generalized to another context. When the second caliph, the second successor of after Abu Bakr, the first leader of the community after the Prophet, after him came a caliph by the name of Omar. And there was a time of severe famine, and there was tremendous strain on people, and widespread poverty and starvation. And during that period, the Quran has punishment, stipulated punishment for theft. Well, during that period, Omar rescinded the punishment because because in his thinking, he felt that it would be people were driven under the abnormal strain and conditions that they were under in this severe famine. They were driven to, maybe because of the facing of starvation and their fears, to do acts that they would normally not do. So he lightened the sentence and punishment in such a case. So again, he used a certain amount of what you would call in Arabic ijtihad, personal reflection and thought and reason. So when you ask me that question, I have to qualify it. You see what I mean? Yes, I mean, there are commands, but there are always issues of context, whether you're following the spirit of the revelation, whether what you're doing is accomplishing the purpose that it's pointing to. Are you following me?
I'm going to kind of paraphrase this. I think I know what they're getting at.
Some of these questions just don't have yes and no answers, in other words.
The message of believing and doing good deeds is seen in the Quran, that this is just not enough, that that there must be an adherence to this oneness of God, and that this won't be forgiven. It's the only thing that won't be forgiven is association, shirk.
Yeah.
So why is that such a big deal if really just believing and doing good deeds, from what you have said earlier, is
believing in one God and doing good deeds. That's the formula throughout the Quran for success. For those who believe and do what is right, they will have an unfailing reward. So that is much stressed. There is a verse, there's a verse in the Quran that says, "O you who have sinned against yourselves, never despair of the mercy of God, for God forgives all sins." But yet there's another verse that says almost the same thing, but it says the one sin that will not be forgiven is the stubborn and persistent conscious denial of truth. The setting up of the insistence on worshiping, putting false gods, and the Quran gives examples, not just concrete examples, but lust, power, money, the pursuit of material things, the stubborn and contumacious insistence on putting those type of things before the worship of God, the conscious denial of God and setting up other gods, other personal deities before that is the one thing that will utterly destroy a person, no matter what. And it's obvious why. Because if we are going to come to know and relate and experience God's being and beauty and etc., then if we do that, we've utterly destroyed. We've taken the absolute antithetical lifestyle to what we're supposed to achieve. We've pursued the antithesis of that. And the Quran says that is unacceptable.
I think I'm going to force you a little bit more on this question because I heard a good question last night on this issue. You mentioned all the things that God is, the merciful, the forgiving, the kind, the just, etc. And I heard somebody ask up after the lecture, well, couldn't you build up a little idol or a rock or something and put all those qualities on that idol and grow still?
Something that helps you focus your devotions,
right,
etc. Yeah, I've heard that many
And why
times.
is that? Why would that be so bad, or why is it seen as so bad in the Quran?
Yeah, so the question is, what about idol worship? What's the big deal? What's the big deal about putting up a stone that helps you focus your attention on the deity? You're following me? You don't really believe that the stone is God, but it helps you focus your worship. So you worship the stone and, sort of mentally, that it's not necessarily such a bad thing. Or, okay, what if you say a man is sort of reveals God in a very special way, and so is the Son of God, but not really God, but or something like that. I'm not referring just to Christianity. I'm just saying in general, there've been many beliefs like that throughout many religions over the years. I don't want to get on the Christian's case or anybody's case in this audience, but why, from the standpoint of the Quran, is such terminology which when people frame it, don't really take it all that literally. Why is that kind of association with God dangerous? And a good illustration of that is the Quran when it says, just talks about terminology people uses, the importance of terminology. It says, the Jews say Ezra is the son of God. Now, everyone knows that when the term son of God is used in Jewish circles and in the Old Testament, it's definitely not to be taken literally. It means one who is loved by God. If you look in the Old Testament, the Jews are strict monotheists, but the term appears quite often there. Son of God. This one is the son of God. That one is the son of God. Jews are the children of God, etc. And the verse says, the Jews say Ezra is the son of God. The Christians say Jesus is the son of God. And then it says, don't say that. It imitates the statements of idol worshipers of old. What seems to be the point there? It's because, yes, certainly you might make a statement like that, and you may understand it in a symbolic sense. You may understand it in a highly intellectual way that maybe doesn't even conflict with monotheism. But the problem is that when others start hearing you preach that statement, if others start adhering to that statement, others may not take it in the same way, may not at all understand it in the same way you do. It's easy to degenerate those sort of statements, those sort of dogmas, into becoming simple and unadulterated idol worship. Are you following me? It's very easy to corrupt such notions. I'll give you an example. Maybe I will like to pray to that sign, right? Just so I could focus my attention on God, and every day I'll worship that. And to show my love for God, I will bring over here food and everything every day, and put flowers around it, and make it the object and purpose of my worship, the attention of my worship. And then my children might start doing the same. My children say, Daddy, this is what the religion is about? Yes, this is what the religion is about. We focus on this. And my children might do it in a very primitive way. Okay? And they may understand it in a much more primitive way. And then their children may start seeing them doing the same. But the problem is that the more you do that, suddenly it starts to seem ridiculous to people. There's a lot of people who are sincere in their desire to follow the truth who start doing that and seeing that and saying, that doesn't make any sense. And instead of that becoming something that could bring someone closer to God, instead it becomes a barrier between people and belief in God. Are you following me? So whenever you corrupt religion in that way, it could actually work against the benefit of humanity. So that people, through use of such terminology for devotion to such idols, eventually the religion and the faith can become totally ineffectual, especially as people advance and gain in knowledge. Among primitive people, they might just accept it. But as they become more mature and as they're exposed to greater learning, they look at that and they become totally adverse to it. What is this primitive stuff we're doing over here? This is an embarrassment. Bowing down to rocks and stones? What? It's only an object. This religion is crazy. Look in the West. How many people have left their religions, traditions behind? Because they say, this doesn't make sense. This is too much like the idol worshippers of old. I can't buy into that dogma. The problem is when we develop our own means, we corrupt the truth, corrupt monotheism. To even a slight degree, we construct a barrier to so many people, right? We actually erect barriers to belief in God. I don't know if I did a good job of that, but I'm running out of gas.
Appreciate it. There's one question here you already answered, and then somebody just asked had he done Hajj before, and he said last night that he had been on Hajj. You said that people who do righteous deeds according to what they know will seek heavens. I think it's just saying are seeking heaven. Then does that make ignorance a sin from a Muslim's perspective? I'm not sure what they're asking. Is ignorance a sin from a Muslim's perspective? How about we keep it there?
Yeah, and so, a couple of times the Quran says that you are not punished for what you do in ignorance. You know what I mean? But it has to be true and sincere ignorance.
Right.
There are people that are just not exposed to certain truths. And when they're not exposed to certain truths, they do not reject them consciously. But it is the conscious, stubborn rejection of truth from which we suffer. So you take someone like my mom, she wasn't really quite sure what the Trinity meant to her. She really didn't. When I would ask her, what does it actually mean? She would just say, it's a mystery, Jeff. It is a dogma of our church, but it's a mystery. I don't know exactly what it means. But I know there is a God, and there is one God, and I love that God. Are you following me? And yet, she had this sort of mysterious assumption about the Trinity that she didn't really know what it represented. But from a Muslim perspective, and I'm not trying to attack Christians here, from a Muslim perspective, if what my mom knew, believed, because that's all she's ever been exposed to, and she never had been presented with an alternative, and she just died a very believing and devout woman who did very good deeds, from a Muslim perspective, she cannot be blamed for that. But if I came to her, and started to, discuss things with her, and I made it plain what I think, and God only knows how good a job I'm doing and what her capacity is to understand what I am saying, and et cetera. God only knows. But, if at some point she sensed a truth in what I was saying, or even a superiority, she sensed that what I was saying made more sense, seemed more real, seemed more accurate than what she believed, but she stubbornly clung to this because she was afraid that her husband would reject her, or that all her friends would mock her, or something like that. She was, feared the personal, material, and social price she would pay by even considering this. And only God knows whether, she really would have done that or not. If that's it, then I would say that, when a person does that, they're doing damage to themselves, definitely. They're doing grave damage to themselves.